No, it's good. We can just start whenever. Oh, hey everybody. I was wondering why chat was a little slow. Hey Sugar Bits. Hey Urinal. Hey Tyler, Zeta, and Joy Boy, and Kai. I gotta start this whole dang mission over. Oh man. I mean, it is a tutorial mission, and they're kind of forcing me along here. No, I need to get out of here now. Okay, fine. She refuses.
Getting started. Lucky star.
Hey, Dark Helm. Hey, OCDE. I guess you don't really need to see the intro there. There really wasn't too much that you missed. They have a lucky chance to deal high damage in battle. I'm doing good, Kai. Hope you're doing good too. Same to you, Dark Helm, and everybody else. Anchor, howdy. So lucky means extra damage. You want me to start over? I will start over. I may need to move the head to another area of the screen, though. I like the music. Oh, yeah. That looks great. Okay, you know what? I wanna start all over. This is a tutorial level, but come on. Hey, Crimson. So I remember playing this game back in 2001. And then one day later, something fucked up happened. And then this game got delayed by a whole year because of something else not so nice happening. This game has a really bad set of luck, and it only makes sense that I had trouble starting the stream. This is a terrific game that is always released at the worst possible time. I think they just wanted to make sure to avoid that, which I can't blame them. So I already have, you know, discard the progress. Continue. I don't think you can delete your save without just like changing your account. So I have the tutorial and the second mission done. I have played this game extensively on the Game Boy Advance SP. Watching the Iraqi war unfold, no less, which was fun. It was like I was right there on the front lines. Anyways, we're gonna do the tutorial again because there's story, but I don't think I'll be reading all the character dialogue. I just don't know if I have it in me. That's not true, I have it in me, but come on, man. You want me to figure out strategy while acting? Oh, goodness. That's not in my pay grade. Hey, Molten Amber. Hey, Dan. Oops. A is B and B is I'm playing on an Xbox controller. Sorry. Yeah, Urinal, like some of the characters talk a lot. I will press the dialogue button slowly. So if you want to read, you can. And I'll, you know, we'll just play it by ear here. Olaf's got a medium tank. And he needs a strategy.
Do you need me to explain?
No, you don't. No.
Yeah.
I don't ride the short tank. Nah, when the enemy's dead or I capture their city, then I win. And then sometimes there's special conditions, but not always. This tank is in a city, it has a defense of 3. This APC is in a road, it has a defense of 0. These are important things to remember. APCs can resupply tanks, but so can cities. Hey, Bree.
Huh? So the Orange Star Army is launching a counterattack.
I guess they couldn't get full-on voice acting, but I wish they did. Anyways, Olaf's like Blue Moon, and I think they're like the communist. I'm not sure what the analog for each nation is. We clipped their artillery. First shot with artillery. The 2 artillery boards on the unit on the board is great with the river separating them. They pretty much just hand you this one, but it is the tutorial. Urinal, you're right. I am in the range of his artillery, but first strike is important. Hey, Smirky, good to see ya. We can take RPG soldiers in the river here and delete this tank unit. And yeah, I'll leave on all the animations. I just prefer it that way. This game's great for that. We gotta capture cities. We gotta gain territory. And also, oh yeah, no, this guy movie is fine. It's a bit of an aggressive stance and probably not at all efficient. It's been years. But this is such a fun game to return to. So we only took 2 damage on that artillery. It can be higher, it can be lower. But as it is, with luck power, we're just going to delete that artillery. Although, I think I got another strategy that might work good, too.
Let's have a little fun.
Thank you, Urinal. Yeah, efficiency's fun, but so is just popping up a strategy off the top of your head. Oh, hey, Scotty. The soundtrack's rocking, though. I like it. This game always had a great soundtrack. Oh, they're super dead. This is a great Nintendo game for all the violence it has. It's really satisfying for that. It's the most violent Nintendo game. I don't know if that's true, though. Then I may be making a liar out of myself. But it's definitely the most war crimes you could commit. Maybe short of Super Mario Land, maybe. I'm gonna take those cities. I'm gonna try to anyways. Oh, wait, Ford did this, Stefan? Wow. You know, I want to play War Groove. It's just, I like the readability of Advance Wars a lot better. Oh, you know, that's probably a bad move on my part, but look at him. Don't worry, we'll get him back. It was just a diversionary unit anyways. That's definitely a war crime. I would move the tank in and go for the kill here, but I'm gonna get ate by mechs. Generally speaking, not worth it. But what we can do is try to take this out from under their nose. And pull our troops back, because, yeah, now that I look at it, going in there's dumb. Oh, the audio is really satisfying here. Let me know about the audio. I can crank it a little bit. Wait Forward did this. They did a good job. Okay. Okay, I just got this unit wasted. That's okay. It's tutorial time. Damn you all off. As long as I don't move that tank and we keep the artillery supplied, though, we're pretty much invincible. Let's be reasonable about this, Let's do as the tutorial demanded. Let's position ourselves to cause a ruckus. I wanted to dig in there and capture those cities before he got to them. That would have been very satisfying, but I don't think I'm going to be able to pull that off. And as you mentioned, the way Forward did this, the avatars make total sense now. I was thinking, like, these avatars look really familiar. I wonder who made them. And it's like, oh yeah, that is like Shantae style. Kinda. And you can't have that. I don't want you to have that. I'm that spiteful. I'm a cruel and spiteful commander. War's fun. The funnest part about war is exploding them. Oh, I want to rush them so bad. But it's a dumb move. I gotta play it safe. Yeah, Urinal, like, that's a hell of a team. Intelligent Systems and Way Forward, that's like match made in heaven. You're literally taking the Earthbound people and the Shantae people and rolling them together. Cypher, I uninstalled Redfall. I have it on Game Pass. Man, I am blocking important information here. Give me a second. I ain't playing Redfall. If they fix it up, I'll play it. I bet it's gonna be a fixer-upper, and I bet they get it done. I have no doubt that they will, but that being said, I don't feel like playing broken stuff anymore. I mean, I barely could stand Dead Island 2, and apparently everybody loved that one. I liked it by the end. But that was a buggy mess, and people were like, oh, it's the most stable thing I've ever played. I'm like, you say so. Nah, let's fire the tank first. Let's just see what we get out of this. Shantae voices now. That's perfect, Smirky. That is perfect. I was wondering why there's more interest in this than I usually would see for something of this. Great, and I think I get it now. Okay, we're gonna stop them from capturing that building. We're gonna be really, really mean about it, but first, let's ambush them. They're in the trees. So what is Blue Moon like Britain or Russia or Germania? Yeah, Cypher, I agree. For $70, there needs to be some quality, or else, you might as well just, emulate it, right? But that would be wrong. I would never dare emulate a video game. That'd be evil. You don't get to have that city, Britain. Blue Moon's definitely Russia. Yeah, you're right, Smirky. I don't know why I'm calling them Britain. I'm just trying to leave an air of mystery here that doesn't need to be there. I like the soldiers. They got different rifles, different looks. Okay, they're gonna sit in the tank. I'm gonna have to run away, but we're not quite there yet.
Let the winds of war bring snow.
No, Stalin, don't do it.
Blizzard!
Now the weather sucks. Yeah, a lot to do. Send in the tank, you bitch. No, then your cities are mine. You will work for Orange Star, whether you like it or not. This is dictatorship, and I rule with an iron dick. I guess I could use the APC to, like, transport one of these guys over, but it's gonna trigger the mean old tank. And I can't fight that. Well, I could probably fight that head-to-head with everything, but then I'd get casualties, and we don't need that. It'll look awful in the news. I bet when I cross this bridge, Urinal, this bridge right here, right when I go over here, this tank wakes up. I would, but I don't think the medium tank can get through the light tank before their artillery shreds it. Where's my fire radius? See, there's my fire radius. That guy gets on the bridge with 0 defense. We'll be fine. Plus with the mechs, we're good, we're good. But that is a smart strategy. Really, I shouldn't have let the artillery get hurt at all. But it is a tutorial mission. We have some room to goof. Now, I don't know if the medium tank can beat mechs in the city, honestly. We're gonna find out. Put that there. Oh yeah, I couldn't move my tank forward. What am I doing? The tank cannot get through the mountains, so I mean, yeah, we can take this part just fine. What am I thinking? Yeah, Good thing. I'm practicing a little bit on the tutorial missions. I could have skipped these. That'd have been a huge mistake. A really big one. I was wrong. No, I just got to get near it. All right. Spec Ops. I'm sending out the Ghost Squad to capture the southern city. That is a good point, Urinal. The mountain will give us a lot of defense, but if I go near the mountain, I'll probably attack anyways. I want to try to get these cities if I can grab them anyways. You gonna let me grab them? I'm a war criminal, Matthias. I used artillery on infantry. I don't think you're supposed to be doing that. I think that's what the UN classifies as too far, bro. Infantry can move through water. Tanks cannot. Yeah, I'm just goofing in the tutorial mission. I want to see if I can capture their HQ without that medium tank even having a chance. Because what I could do is take my light tank, right, and jam it up here, and then, like, just bum rush the capital. I want to try it. It sounds fun to me. I mean, it's making the tutorial mission harder. That's more interesting, in my opinion. Hello. Hopefully that's not too far. Yeah, okay, I think we're gonna be able to get the capital. Okay, it's gonna take one extra turn, but trust me, it'll be worth it. Well, I can't say it's actually worth it, but it'll be fun for me anyways. What's this game about? It's about war. Ooh, shit. Well, that's not good. Better stop me quick, fucker. You can't move. Oh, oh no, what are you gonna do now? Checkmate. Oh wait, they may destroy them outright. That would suck. Come on, stay alive. Yeah. Yeah, this is we're minimizing enemy casualties. We are the heroes. And I'm gonna take your dumb city. Humiliation.
Wahoo! No time for celebration.
What?
like that they mentioned that we rushed the HQ.
Great job.
I'm not gonna get a good rank for that, am I? No, I got okay. Just the speed was bad. You could have been done a lot faster, but it's fun. Yeah, you could absolutely Tiananmen Square the tanks. And they'll run you over eventually, but it's enough time for you to get the HQ, and that's the important thing. Remind you of Shining Force? Yeah, I can see that, Garg. I would like to play the DS Advance Wars. I hope they get around to porting those, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Where's Brian? I gave Brian the night off. This is a bit of a thinker and a hard one to maintain conversation. Plus, I got a headache. I can only tolerate so much of Brian. You know, he drives me insane, that man. No, I like having him in on some Crash. But I want to give him a bit of a break here and there. I appreciate him coming on. He's a good friend of mine, and I'd love to have him on right now. But I just kind of felt like maybe a bit of a mellow, non-conversational stream might not be the worst thing for me tonight, seeing as it's Sunday. Also, there's a lot to explain about this game, and I'd be interrupting him every 5 seconds and going, well, air units cannot be attacked by ground units, but also anti-air has range more so than tanks, somewhat similar to artillery in ways. Also, I don't know where to put his dang jar.
Yeah. Do you need me to explain?
No, I understand how whirlybirds work. Sure, tell me about the new ground units. No, sis, Dad, I don't use that Discord stuff. Here's how anti-air works. It does what it says on the tin. And this is artillery for aircraft, which is really good. At points, these will be the things that keep you alive. Or as this game calls them, indirect units. Okay, so artillery is out in the open here, but we have a way to block them off. However, in normal circumstances, you really wouldn't want them to have all the cities. But since we can't produce any units of our own here, capturing the cities, while an advantageous thing to do, isn't necessarily the smart thing to do. Yeah, the transport chopper can get that infantry unit over there very quickly, but also have to block the tank unit. I forget if the chopper can block the tank unit from progressing. I guess we'll find out. Let's try it out. Why not? Learned some stuff today. I can attack a little bit, but not nearly enough. Big T asks, what do I seek? Power, wisdom, or courage? Obviously courage, because courage always works out best. Now we could post up in their cities and take advantage of the defensive bonus, but they're still going to pick you apart with mechs. And we can take a defensive posture here and not suffer too much for it. Anti-air's gonna take a hit though, huh? Oh well.
Go forth, my troops!
Good training though, they let your anti-air get tagged with some tanks so you don't get confused about the mechanized units, you know, capability. Oh, he's dead. Oops. Well, there's a little bit of my ranking gone. Oh, it lived. That's impressive. But it's trapped now, and I don't think it's getting out of there. Unless, no, that's too, damn, that's a lot. Yeah. And artillery. We could probably have won a fight against these guys, but what really scares me more than the 4 medium tanks is that artillery unit. That's rough. This was the game to play in September 2001. No, I won't elaborate on that any further. Let's rescue him. Get him, boys. Be free, anti-air unit. Your life is saved. This game's awesome. I love it. It's still, like, between this and Command and Conquer Generals, we had some very fun military strategy games in the early 2000s. No! I don't want to say zero deaths too early here, but I think we got it, Stefan. Or Stefan, I think, was way off. Are you gonna do some snow on me? You gonna drizzle me? Yeah, Kai, this is like Fire Emblem, but just the good parts. I could capture, but I also want to brutalize him a little bit. Oh! I wish they put in ragdolls and all sorts of, like, physics effects, but you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. It looks nice. Now there's a whole lot of extra damage I can do here without hurting myself, but let's strafe something anyways. Or is pretty cute. Surrender! Bow to the Orange Star Army!
That takes care of that.
That takes care of that. Now round up the civilians.
Huh.
Nell's right. If you don't know how to use the units, their power means nothing.
This isn't over yet.
You sure are a quick study. Let's try another one.
Yeah, perfect. Look at that. All right. I got advanced war coins. I can spend them in the shop.
Hi there. My name's Hachi, and I run the one and only
Hey, thank you, Steven. I appreciate you. It's Hachi.
Shop. Come buy something.
You like Nell? Ooh, I like Nell too. She is my favorite character, at least, you know, for reasons. We gotta push him out of our country. All right, we got the fog of war. People have died. AI cheats in the fog. That's good. I appreciate that about games. Strategy games that don't cheat a little bit tend to be a little boring.
Uh-oh.
Because you can read the AI like a book unless they really like pinch you there.
War is so mysterious. Do you need me to explain?
So we got child soldiers. We got... No, I understand how fog of war works. We're good. Nope, I get them. Can't hide from me, Olaf, you some bitch. I want to take this city, yet I feel like it's a trap. I'm gonna go for it anyways. These things should travel really far on roads, but I don't want to go down that road right now. We're gonna fire rocket artillery on this medium tank. The rocket artilleries are massively powerful, but they die like nothing else. Oh, and they run out of ammo pretty quick too, so you want to keep them supplied. I guess we can move in the medium tank and pop the big guy there. Trying to think of who I really want to send in where. I put it on original mode, so I hope they still cheat a little bit. But nah, that's good. That's good. My stream has a poop ad? Oh, God. Well, that's YouTube for you. What are you going to do? Huh? Really don't want my tank to be out in the road. But this makes sense to me. Let's open up on this guy. That's what I thought. That would have been a really bad thing to miss. It's still going to get a shot off on us, but won't be doing nearly as much damage as it would elsewise. That'll do. Hopefully. Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, we got some better vision on the mountain there. Ooh, the baby rockets. Look out! Okay, they are actually pushing some heavy stuff up here, though. Gonna want to be careful about that and probably reposition my rockets. First things first, capture the city. Okay, we're posted up good with our artillery, but I like to be more in the city with some of these guys. But I don't want to waste all my turns on movement when I could be attacking too. Yeah, I don't want them to have that spot. All right, Sis Day. Moving that tank there is actually a bad move. Ah, shit. They'll be shocked when I move there now. I fucked up. Yep. This is gonna have to take that because I want this rocket unit off the board that badly. Was that Night Studio? I don't think I understand that one. Is reset turn enabled? No bite, reset, and turns. We are sticking with the turns. We own our mistakes in our strategy games here. We don't save scum. I got through XCOM. I got through XCOM 1 and XCOM 2. I can get through Advance Wars. It'll probably do, I suppose. Yeah, I'll take it. It's not the best scenario, but I mean, all things considered, are probably still going to melt the mirror. Recon's going to take a hit, I imagine.
Can you withstand the cold?
I like the cold.
Blizzard!
I'm so live and you run Red Dragon. That's good to see. Yep, right after the recon. I actually remember the AI on this game pretty well. I must have been playing the hell out of this. To know that, I called that. It's like, yeah, they're gonna go after the recon. Of course they go after the recon. Why wouldn't you? I think we can still get through this without having a unit knocked off the board. Oh, nope, that may be it for the recon. Maybe, I don't know, these guys are kind of weak. Oh, it's hanging on by a thread. Oh, you're gonna pay for this. You're talking about an AI that created and replicated a YouTuber's voice. Oh yeah, no, I played around with the AI's Night Studio. It can't replace this voice though. For whatever reason, it doesn't like this one. So I got some security, but yeah, no, it's over for actors. You can forget it. Low end, like cheap, you know, stuff, the stuff that actors survive off of, like commercials and that kind of stuff. Forget it, it's done. It doesn't matter what moral stance you have. 2 years. In 2 years, all the freelance gigs that you would use in order to maintain a living as like a freelance actor, done, nada. So I'm kind of out of the game just because of that. That's hate to say that here. It sounds so dreary, but it's, you know, look, I still have things that I do. Most of it local. You know, it's fun. I like it. I have a good time acting. One of my favorite things to do, really. But the AI's coming, and it's the voice people are going to be the first ones to go. Actually, the writers were the first to go. They're already replacing writers at ChatGPT in Hollywood, and they just outright said that they're going to do that because of the writer's strike. So that's casualty number 1 is writers, and casualty number 2 will be voices. I can almost promise you that. Well, Sleepy Dog Zone, I never put all my chips into acting, and I'm really glad that I didn't. And you know why I didn't? Because every Hollywood story I've seen ever always tells you how bad it turns out when you put all your chips into entertainment. It never goes well. All my friends who moved to LA, they're now not in LA anymore. After like a couple of years, only a few of them stuck around, and even those, if you don't like it, it's, as it's been told to me, barely livable is the most common phrase I've, you know, heard in regards to living there. Not because of like social conditions, just financially. $3 for a bottle of milk? Are you kidding me? Oh, don't get me started on the unions. The unions are good for Hollywood, but bad for everything outside of Hollywood, and nobody addresses that. Like, just getting the voice of Frylock to do stuff was rough. Let's see. The music artist being replaced by AI voice is true. I heard SpongeBob singing Gangsta's Paradise. He did a damn fine job.
Am I on?
Hey, Brian. Yeah, hold on. I'm not going to be able to get your jar in, Brian, because this game has HUD elements that make it hard for me to put 2 jars in. So it's just going to be 2 guys, 1 jar tonight.
Oh, yes, sir. Here, am I watching the stream off of the YouTube? I can turn that on.
Yeah, just you may as well. It's on low latency, and this game's simple enough. I don't think you're going to be like... It's a slow strategy game.
Okay.
Well, it's slow when I'm playing it anyways.
Cool. Okay, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at, but I see it.
It's a war game, but it's like funny, cute war.
Okay, so how much blood?
None, but it just reinforces how fun war is.
Okay.
This guy's a commie, and he controls the weather. The CIA will later steal his technology. We're part of the Orange Star Army. We're here to invade and take over their lands because we need their gas lines. Natural resources are running low.
Was this designed for consoles?
Yes, it actually was designed for handhelds.
I was gonna say it looks like it was designed for phones.
Well, the original game was for the NES. It was called Famicom Wars.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
oh,
so
yeah, you were telling me about this because
it's an old Nintendo game. This game came out on September 10th, 2001.
That can't be true.
Google it. Look it up. Look up Advance Wars 1 release date.
What a liar. You believe this liar over here?
Yeah, look it up. Go look it up.
Okay.
That's so unfortunate.
September 9th.
Wow,
the numbers are really...
When should we launch this game? I don't know. Sometime in September ought to do just fine. You know, it sold really good too.
It was the first game they had to put a hot patch on that connects your GameCube to the internet.
Thankfully, they didn't have anything that was too topical, I guess is the best way to put it. But
oh man, yeah.
I remember playing this in that time and being like, yeah. You know what I mean?
I feel so patriotic.
Yeah, during the most patriotic time in American history since World War II, we had this cool war game.
So let's talk about the year this game came out. It inspired a good many things.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force is on TV. Adult Swim.
Didn't it just start up?
Yeah, it was like the start of Adult Swim, pretty much.
Yeah, the start of Adult Swim. I was gonna say, but I don't know how many trigger words I'm allowed to use, but post September 11th America spawned Team America. It spawned American Dad. Some of that shit's still going. American Dad, the original plot was, can you believe that this red meat-eating Republican has a hippie daughter?
Stan was going to be more racist, actually.
Okay, so there is a thing in The Simpsons and South Park, and all the same time, and probably Family Guy had one. American Dad did, where like a Muslim neighbor moved in, and they're oh no, how's the dad gonna doof it up? Remember that? What's in the suitcase?
That's still relevant today too.
Bones. Yeah, that's true.
Sadly relevant today.
It's just funny that I just remember that plot being in everything. It's like, it's kind of like the classic, you keep your stuff on my side of the apartment, on your side of the apartment, I'll keep my stuff on my side of the apartment.
Look at this stupid artillery unit, Brian. It thought it could hide from me.
Oh, look at you go. So how much of the? So it's just like a big chessboard, right? Like it doesn't go further.
Yeah, think of it like chess. Other versions of the games get much bigger levels, and there are bigger levels that scroll, I believe. But
Yeah.
this comes with the 2 games, the first one and the sequel, and it's pretty fun. You can eventually make units out of garages, but we're not to that point yet. The game is still in like teach you mode because they really didn't expect you to be smart enough to figure it out. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Well, guess what? It just crashed. Give me a second.
No.
Hey,
I have the best
my
computer.
Nintendo
Brian.
Switch crashed, guys.
Helmet, how did your Nintendo Switch crash? It has the icon.
Hey, I
hate the Switch.
own a first generation Nintendo Switch and a physical copy of this game. I will play it in whatever way I damn well please.
However you fucking choose.
But let me see if I can choose a more stable way to play it though, maybe, huh?
I was worried you were like playing it on some sort of Microsoft based system. But fortunately for everyone here, you don't suffer the indignity of owning a Microsoft product. Oh, hellbent. I also own a first generation Switch for reasons that it may all understand, such as installing Android on it. The day they announced Android, I ran to GameStop, and the guy was like, "I just want you to know," because I was checking the serial numbers. I'm like, "Just be cool, but I'm gonna check if this is a 01 model." And he's like, "I just want you to know, sir, that if you get caught pirating a single game, you can do up to 30 years in prison, and I have to tell you that." He didn't have to tell me that, I don't think.
Well, it's not pirating if I own it. Damn it. It's my right as an American.
Yeah, well, you're projecting, because all I was saying is it runs Android. I would never pirate on a Switch. I just gotta tell you guys. Also, the chat was talking about Aqua Teen, and I was ignoring them, and I feel like I'm disrespecting Aqua Teen by...
You go on about it, because I'm running into another different stupid issue. Don't worry.
Is your OLED Switch able to play it, Hellbent?
I could just swap the Switch if we have to, you know. But
no, it's okay.
No,
you're fine.
Just my very cool software is fighting me on one little thing here.
Okay, I'm grabbing a drink, and I'll be useful.
Any moment now. Come on.
So ants were in my house. So
King of the Fan. If you would use the search function on YouTube, you would see that I indeed did play Aqua Teen Hunger Force on PS2.
You can use that same energy typing in the search bar, and you'll find it. It's pretty cool. We played it recently too. I wasn't on that one, but he was going through the cutscenes with me. The fact they have the fucking cybernetic ghost be the co-commentator.
And yeah, we'll play it again. If you're very nice to me, I'll play it again.
I didn't ask. How do you guys like the Mario movie? Do you guys like the Mario movie?
I'm booting up my Switch here real quick.
King of Fat, Carl would not be the guy to spray the hose. Carl would be third in line, going, "Oh, come on, please let me spray the hose." The cybernetic.
Oh, cool, we get to watch the animated intro this time.
See,
it was good. The emulator's kicking in and helping out.
What year is this one? Because this seems very modern.
This came out like a few weeks ago, but it was supposed to come out a year ago. It got delayed because of the war. And Nintendo was understandably like,
every time.
Yeah, and this time they delayed it. They got lucky. The war happened before they launched it.
Man.
Do you think there's somebody in Nintendo while this is being developed and it's like, your job is to keep track of like international news? Before it releases. It's like the second they're like, it's coming this summer, then like all that stuff in the Ukraine happened. And understandably they're like, yeah, let's because look at how fun they make war look. pressing L and R on my Xbox. I mean, my Nintendo controller. Oops, I pressed B. No shame. Oh, cool. Yeah, resume where I left off. Thank you, game. That makes it very easy for when my official Nintendo Switch crashes, so I can pick right up where I left off. Yeah! Yay!
Look at that.
Thank you, Nintendo.
Whoa. Does Nintendo have save states?
No, this game's just turn-based and it saves after every turn.
So guys, let's explain a little bit of hardware to you. We used to have these things called mechanical drives. We used to have physical storage, and now physical storage is flash storage, like an SSD, which means anytime you've ever had to hit Control S on a computer, anytime you've ever had to hit Control S on a computer, that is actually your computer going, I don't want to do it, and it puts the disc down like it's a real old-timey record player. Now you can just do it like 1,000 times, and so like, go ahead.
I thought it almost crashed again.
Oh.
I was gonna have to like start plugging in shit and be like, ah, fine. Thing is, okay, I'm gonna interrupt you. I just wanted to play it in 4K. That's my entire reasoning for emulating is that I get to see these really cool, nice visuals in 4K. The Switch cannot keep up. It just can't, right? So I get to see these cool little war scenes in 4K resolution, and that makes me happy.
That's really cool.
Okay, now you're saying.
Oh no, just that Final Cut, because I'm an Apple guy, because I really like.
You gotta explain what Final Cut Pro is. They ain't gonna know.
I will. Okay, Sony Vegas or Windows Movie Maker or Premiere, any of those programs where you cut the timeline for video, you have to hit Control S every few minutes and save it, right? Final Cut, as soon as solid states were made, like in every single Apple computer, they basically made it so it saves every 1,000th of a second. It's basically like you do a turn, it saves it. Anytime you drag a video or whatever. And the fact that all shit doesn't do that. Flash doesn't do that. Adobe Animate doesn't do that.
Yeah, nothing does that. Even Adobe Audition, which is just audio,
yeah,
it doesn't. Like it tries, but anytime I try to recover something in Audition, it's like, come on, man. Why?
Oh man.
Don't crash.
Night
don't
Studios
crash.
says, fun fact, Hellman is Mark Twain's brother.
Mark Twain's not a real person.
That's true.
Aren't I so clever?
He meant you were Markiplier's brother. We don't like to pull family into this.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Markiplier's real father. And then me making my YouTube channel is my desperate attempt to get closer to him in some way. He can never know
son,
the truth,
I always knew, son. Let's
You
talk
may
about
never
the
know
lore
the
of where
truth.
your character's from. You're weren't you like a diaper salesman that just couldn't make enough sales? And so you just went back to your dingy apartment and started doing videos?
What?
There was a day you just gave me a bunch of lore for your character.
That
You
wasn't
remember that?
it.
Oh, okay, that's probably not what happened then.
You're trying to be silly, but I'll pull back the. Oh, I didn't even use my little power here. Anyways, I intentionally never built up any lore for the character because I feel like it takes out the fun of people being able to just imagine shit.
That's fair. You could just be like Heath Ledger and just have like 30 backstories. He's a demon, but he plays video games.
I'm just getting started. Lucky
Look at
star.
Nell. She looks like Marilyn Monroe.
She certainly does. I'm already having impure thoughts. You remember that book?
Kennedy thoughts.
Yeah, well, I was just writing. I was drawing Kennedy a few minutes ago, and I was, it's just a hobby. But there's a really cool thing that Marilyn Monroe wrote in her book that, like, Kennedy took me out to the stars and let me watch the lights fly in the sky, and they're like, oh, that means aliens, aliens.
Yeah, you know, I think the aliens would party to Marilyn Monroe, though. I believe that. Makes sense.
That's pretty cool.
So I can capture the building, right? Or I can take this little ship they had to put there to make it to where the mission wouldn't finish so easy. They want me to capture the building, but I'm not going to do it because I don't listen to what they say. I'm going to violate the Red Cross's war guidelines for fun war and break a rule and
You can do that?
destroy a defenseless boat.
Whoa, look at that.
I'm almost done committing my war crimes. We're getting there.
You sunk my battleship. That's so cool.
I can feel the game like, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it. Don't upset me.
You're not supposed to play it in high resolution. It's supposed to look like shit. I'm not made for this. Well, too bad. I like to commit my war crimes in 4K.
That's really cool. I
I
don't
like
think
when
the stream
people
is in
that like
4K.
are like, you guys are killing Nintendo with emulation. If that's true, then how come Nintendo has not stopped doing anything ever and only grows bigger and bigger every day?
Yeah. I'm thinking right now just about Akira. Like, Nintendo's this giant amorphous blob, and everyone's like, you gotta help them, they're the little guy.
Nintendo's like a person on 600-pound life saying that they'll die if they don't get an 8th waffle every day.
Right, and then they call the cops because they're not getting the waffle.
Yeah. You killed all my soldiers for no good reason.
I didn't get the waffle. I like that Helmet pointed this out to me. The reason video game characters move like that, where they're going left, right, is so I know that the computer isn't broken.
Yeah, so you know that it's not crashed.
It's like the little, I've never seen these in real life, but those little dangly things on air conditioners that go.
Little plastic
Like-
ribbons, yeah, so you put them on fans or whatever just so you can see whether it needs to be dusted or cleaned because that fan stays on 24/7.
How what that is? Because whenever I see those, I always think it's so you know the fan's moving.
It's so you know the fan's moving, but it's also so you can see how much, like, you know, push it's getting just in case the fan's getting dusty. That's usually, Ryan, that's usually what people who are not so well in the head do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just put your face in front. Didn't Coors do the thing where, like,
Show me what you
the
got.
can turns blue if it's cold enough?
Yeah,
did
and it was
that?
with, like, it was with chemicals that were very toxic. I would have gotten an S rank if I didn't destroy that little boat, but I fucking hate the Blue Crescent Army so much that I committed war crimes. So I only get an A rank by the UN. The UN usually gives out an S rank if you're faster.
I'm actually impressed that Nintendo is putting out a game that looks like it was made in Flash. I don't mean that as an insult. I just mean it's very, like, motion tweeny.
Yeah, Way Forward worked on this, they tell me. The people who did Shantae. Are you familiar with Shantae?
No. Shantae.
Google Shantae. Look it up.
The rapper?
Yeah, the rapper.
Yeah, I'm looking up Shantae. Yeah, that would check out. That looks exactly like how I'd expect it to look.
Google Shantae, and it's just like somebody spreading butthole.
Yeah, basically. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, she made it.
That's cool. Have I ever told you the story about bananas? Or maybe you gotta get through the scene.
Is that another rapper?
No, that'd be a great rapper name. My cousin, we used to just hang out and tell each other crazy shit. We were talking about bananas. Bananas actually went extinct. The kind that we normally ate from, like, the 1800s to, like, 1920.
No.
And in about 1920, there was this big, like, it was called the banana famine. And what they ultimately ended up doing, they were called Big Mikas, which meant, you know, Big Mike. And they ultimately had to breed a new banana that was more weather resistant. And my cousin's like, that's not fucking true, right? And I'm like, it is, Google it. And he goes, I'm gonna look up Big Mike in my computer. There's gonna be a giant black guy with a 12-inch dong, and you're gonna be laughing all the way home. And you know what? That totally does sound like a fucked up, made up story.
No, I believe it. I believe you look up Big Mike
and find a big black dude with his
I
really
figured
heavy
it'd
set
be like,
beard.
you know, it's like, I want to see more Doctor Who stuff. Time to go to the BBC website.
BBC.org is not the one you want to go to.
Oh, this is a great theme. We're going to try to take these cities up to the north. I don't want them to have that. But if I move too hard, man, they got 2 rocket pieces, an artillery piece, a medium tank, through a couple of regular tanks, and anti-air. Well, they also got anti-air as well. Those will tear up soldiers really good as well. They work good on airplanes and flesh.
Big Mike will tear up some soldiers.
But if I just wait here and blockade my way in, these rockets are going to creep up on us and cause us a lot of trouble. In fact, this set of rockets is probably going to move here to the safe spot where I can't reach them.
So you go for the rockets first?
I'd like to. Another artillery piece here, so if I get some soldiers in the mountains, or, you know, I'll be okay. But this tank right here is the one that's causing me some issues. And there's a second artillery, so there's lots of ways to screw this up. Oh yeah, anti-air also moves pretty far too, so it's not bad. Also, it works good against artillery. So, Max only moves so far. May as well give myself good defense in the mountains. And I do want to take... Oh, jeez. I'm going to have to cross that river, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that too safely. I might be better off charging up towards those buildings and trying to reach them before their infantry does. Although we can't build anything, so the money's not a huge deal. It is a really tough position, and it will distract their forces a little bit, so they won't be able to center in on me too hard.
How many maps are in the game, do you know?
Hundreds, and there's a map editor.
Oh,
okay, so
cool.
Yeah, you can even play versus online with the map editor. This set of rockets can only shoot this far. If I preemptively attack this blue tank, it'll cause them a little bit of chaos, and I won't get hammered with artillery. So we're just going to go ahead and move in and attack this guy.
Does the road do anything for you? Or is that like where your tanks can
Road
go?
gives you very little defense, but vehicles can move twice as fast on roads. So if you're on a road with a vehicle, you can move way further. Which is neat. It makes sense. You know, if they do that in real war. You know, they use the roads because you can get to the enemy a lot more quickly than you can on, like, rough terrain. Striking first is important, too, since it's turn-based. But, you know, leaning back into a defensible position is great for survivability because these buildings will regenerate your unit's health.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think we do want to exploit the roads. Huh?
Yeah. I always hate in turn-based stuff that you got to, sometimes you just got to sit and take it because it's their turn.
Yep. That's the give and take of it.
That's not how the alpha male works, Hellbent.
So they're in the woods and they got a defensive bonus, but it's only 1 star, so getting the first strike on these guys is smart.
Okay. Where are the blue people from?
Russia.
What other cultures are represented in this?
Oh, funny enough, now that you mention it, Yellow Comet is obviously Japan.
Okay, cool.
It's pretty much World War II.
World War II's a big one.
Yeah, I heard that one was, like, intense or something.
You and I remember when we were doing, always comes back to Chrisman, but when I was doing Chrisman stuff, you were telling me about, like, the battleship that was entirely made of ice.
Yeah.
World War II was a great time of technological necessity.
It was more like experimentation, like Frankenstein things.
Shit that you would not grant funding for in this current climate in the U.S.
Stuff that a sane person wouldn't spend money on. Yeah.
Stuff that would make a great Kickstarter now.
Yeah, like the ice battleship does sound like a Kickstarter.
What we're going to do is we're going to create an ice battleship. We're going to put it out in the Arctic, and then anytime we set a fire inside it, it will actually make the ship stronger.
Remember you were telling me about if you put a fire, you're like, what if you put a fire in it? And you're like, oh, but we'll make the ice stronger because it'll melt and reassemble. You could totally do it.
Yeah, it's and it'd be cheap to construct. The problem is everybody on there is going to be miserable.
Yeah,
it's just not a fun time, you know what I mean? They're not going to like it.
Mental health wasn't as important back then. You've heard the story of God, what was the other one? Boeing getting afraid of a Japanese air raid, right?
Hothead, he said Boeing, right?
You know the guy who got F to death by the horse was a Boeing engineer.
Yeah, his name was Mr. Hands. That's the first thing he ever told me.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, you're from Seattle, huh?
Yeah, it's a fun Seattle fact for you Seattleians out there.
Mr. Hands and Ben from Drunken Peasants and Darkside Phil all.
Seattle's a proud nation.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
gonna
So
regret moving this here.
in World War II, that we're imminently afraid of an air raid because the Japanese would A, see that we're building planes, and B, be afraid of possibly bomb and destroy whatever we're working on. So the whole town got together and somehow built a giant tarp that looked like a big Google map of a neighborhood. And then they just tarped it over. And there's these really cool photos. You can see it from above and you can see it from like working there. Like inside the actual Boeing facilities, you can look up and see just fake terrain painted over you. That's got to be a crazy time in history.
Oh yeah, they used to make tanks out of cardboard.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they just paint up all these. They still do that today. They just like paint up fake tanks and put them up really quickly to confuse recon, and it works. It's actually super effective.
That's pretty smart. It's like making stuff out of styrofoam in movies.
Yeah, as long as it confuses them just a little bit, that's enough.
The Japanese art of papercraft. Remember papercraft? You make all those crazy little dragons in your printer, and I remember I could make papercraft iPods. Like little fold-out, cut and glue together iPods. Emmy Sleep says the Arts and Crafts Division of the U.S. Forces does their job very well.
Yep, the Black Ops Paper Mache Division.
The Black Ops Arts and Crafts. Yeah, you could make. I remember they had some backwards ones, like it would be like a dragon, but you could only see it. You were looking into it instead of looking out of it, like you made it backwards. But I remember making fake iPods, and I got a fake iPod confiscated. They're like, "What is this? I'm taking this," and they grab it. They're like, "What the fuck is this?" I was like, "Oh, I made it out of paper. My dad has a printer."
Oh, it's sad. You got your fake iPod confiscated. You were the rich kid's laughing at you in detention. He's like, "Fake iPod."
Fake iPods. Now
Yeah,
all
the
that
Northern
shit's
Front's looking fun. One nice part of strategy in this game is that if you put a weak unit out, they will go after it. They cannot resist it.
Yeah.
So if you put a little cheese at the end of the cracker, they love it.
Oh, that's cool. Are the numbers defense?
The numbers are the percentage of damage you may do to an enemy. The defense are the stars.
Okay.
You can have anywhere from 0 to 5 stars of defense. So see, this is 59% damage. I'm definitely going to destroy them with this shot.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not test this out in emulation at all. But
Okay.
it speaks well that it just works.
Why would you expect this to be difficult to emulate? Maybe it's a Naughty Dog thing, where it's like, it's so optimized that emulators don't understand how to function it.
This game is like 3.9 gigabytes. It was made in Unity, and it actually kind of has like frame rate issues on the Switch. So I'm like, well, if it has frame rate issues on the Switch and doesn't even run at 1080p, then why am I even like Like, let's not pretend like this isn't like a problem.
Man, Sean and I were laughing so hard when the Switch came out. We're like, no one's gonna buy this stupid thing. There's no way you could make something that small.
Nintendo's
I mean, I guess
best
you can.
consoles, the biggest successes are from their least expensive things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking out this artillery. I hate it. It needs to go.
No, the Switch is wonderful, but
I'll give the Switch credit in that it can run 3D games for a very long time. It's really power efficient. So while it is weak, you do get bang for your buck out of the battery. The Steam Deck does not hold up too well unless you play something that's like a lot lower tech.
what happens with the Steam Deck over time?
If I play something like really 3D intensive, like the Switch emulator, it just eats the battery up really hard.
Oh, okay.
The weaker the game, the less the battery gets bullied.
Well, and also, depending on what OS you're running, I'm sure. I know that I always read that Windows is really inefficiently optimized because you got to make it run on every piece of hardware you can throw at it.
Yeah, it's got like a lot of security issues that Proton and like Linux doesn't. So if you can get it to run on Linux, it's going to run a lot smoother. There's even a custom hacked build of Windows that has all the security shit removed from it, and it
That's
runs
what I heard.
great.
Yeah.
But you
Chuck
don't
was
want to
telling
hook
me
it up
about
to the
that.
internet at all. At all.
Right.
Like, it'll just immediately get sniffed out. It's like, oh, it's one of those. And yeah, you'll get wrecked. You will get
Crying
wrecked.
in the lion's den. Yeah. That's cool.
But they have the Dolphin emulator on the Steam Deck page. They even advertise it on Steam. You can download the
That's cool.
Dolphin emulator right off Steam. So, you know, seems like I don't care. You can emulate it. If you own the ROM and have the BIOS, well, I mean, you own it. Who cares?
What are we gonna do? Yeah.
Well, they could take it off and play nice with Nintendo, but when has Nintendo played nice with anyone else?
Nintendo's pretty brutal. Any Mario 64 Insane Trilogy equivalent. That's a big one. Everyone always wanted to remake that game, and whenever they try, Nintendo puts the hammer down.
Bring on the
Yeah, they refuse to remake it on their own, and they have the money.
No, Nintendo. This little company, Nintendo, does. Look at this game. They don't have the money to remake Mario 64. No. Man.
I love the arguments like, well, they don't own these studios. It's like Sony paid FromSoft to make Bloodborne and Demon Souls. Nintendo paid Intelligent Systems and Now Way Forward to make this. Like they can just hire these studios out of their own pocket to just make the games. They don't have to buy the whole thing. They don't have to. Oh, I left my artillery wide open. What's wrong with
Man,
me?
when Mario 64 finally comes out, like the new version, it's gonna be so crazy. It's gonna happen. It's the game you think of when you think of the N64. You know what I mean?
True.
I did like
They
when
kind
Crash
of
went-
fucked up though.
Oh,
Since they left the artillery open, they left my big mean tank alone. So we can just
Oh, so now you've got you just got all the advantage of blasting them.
yeah, and I can just roll this tank up and just blow it up, or more efficiently take out their artillery. Maybe there's a lot of options I get here. So yeah, the old bait and switch is a really valid tactic here. Although I don't know if that's going to work out perfectly for me. I'm actually kind of sweating this because I don't have any of these buildings captured. Also, with the snow effect on, we can't move as far as we ought to.
That's cool. It's cool they put that in there.
It may be wise for me to just take out the anti-air.
If this was Crash, you'd be drowning right now.
Some days you have good days, some days you have bad days. I'm not
Oh,
too
I'm
much
always
for
here you
the philosophy of like, I'm a really good gamer, everybody. It's like, you know, the people that are really good at stuff, they play it for thousands of hours and repeat it over and over again, and no
That's
amount
true.
of like, oh, I'm naturally good will cover it. A lot of it just has to do with hustle. And some games I'll hustle for and others I won't. So I could destroy this rocket tank, right? And that'd be great because
Yeah.
I don't want it on the board, but they can't build anything else. And if they have nothing but artillery, I can bum rush them. So I'm going to take out the little anti-air tank here and just kind of even things out. We'll let the rocket head back to repairs. It'll take multiple turns for it to get the max anyway. So it's, for all intents and purposes, it's off the board.
Oh, hell, but you know, one thing we could try is, I do have a copy of Spyro, and there is a trainer for it that makes it multiplayer. I don't imagine it would be an immensely pleasurable event, but it would be fun to even fuck with.
Oh, yeah, that'd be fun just for fun. Please take this out. Please take this out. Please take this out. Please take this out. Yay!
Mickey R asks, so Hellbent, while the thoughts still in my head, how did you enjoy The Last of Us show?
I didn't watch it. Is that on HBO or?
I heard it was good. Did you
I'm
see
sure
Uncharted?
it is. I just look. Last of Us is a knockoff of RE4 in a lot of ways, and then when it comes down to the story, it's just a bunch of zombie stuff. So every time I try to watch it or get into it, it's like it's just Walking Dead with the random swapping characters, and
Yeah,
I'm just not so into
fair.
it. Not for the reason some other people are. They're like, oh, it's woke. Oh, it's so woke. I don't care about that. It's
Yeah, it really just is. I haven't seen a zombie thing I found terribly exciting.
they get me for like a season or two, but the other thing is it's like it's based off the video game story, and I already know how that goes too.
Oh, that's fair. Did you see Uncharted?
No, especially not
Holy
Uncharted. Jeez,
shit.
I ain't watching
You-
that.
God, I went to see Uncharted with a girl, and she was like, "This is the best movie I ever saw in my life." And I was like, "Really? They're pirate ships swinging each other."
I'm not trying to be mean, but what a fucking dimwit.
No, listen. You said that she watches all our streams, I'm sure, but you said it.
Yeah, it did.
She doesn't remember my first name. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know. They fucked every part of that movie up so bad.
Kind of hurt my mechs here, but yeah, this is getting sloppy.
You're just hacking at it now.
Getting sloppy. I need coverage for my artillery. Yeah, I don't want to put it where the stupid artillery piece can hit, though. Then again, it's just one shot. All right. They're hurting enough they may run away from the artillery too. Could work out. Oh, this is ugly. This is real ugly. I told you it'd be boring. It's strategy games.
No, I don't mind that. I do feel a little. I know. I do feel a little remiss that you're like, and then I'm gonna go over here and use XP on this, and then I'm like, you ever see SpongeBob? It's a good show.
That's fine. The game. This is a repetitive strategy game too, so there's a lot of. Then I'm gonna move over here now. I'm gonna move my little chess piece over here. But what I like about this compared to a lot of other strategy games is that you can look at these units on the board. And it's very identifiable what does what.
This reminds me very much of when we were watching Halloween, and you're like, go over here now.
Yeah, but there's a lot more purpose to it. Michael
That's
Myers
true.
wasn't strategizing. He was just like stealing a police car.
God, we talked about doing more Halloween reviews, and we're like, do we do them all in order? We did the Sonic ones in order, and then realized that like out of your first 5, 2 of them are already Sonic ones.
I want to do Jason X.
Yeah, and then we're gonna be those guys that review them in completely inefficient orders. We should just do a couple.
It's
wait,
up
Jason's
to you.
not
You're
my-
doing all the heavy lifting on the editing. You know what I mean? I just bring the flavor.
You bring the flavor. Oh,
My CO unit
That's
thing's full. That means I can heal all my units and get an attack boost. I'm just gonna go and use that now.
I
Neat.
can fix anything.
So it's like chess, but if I had a superpower to like put pieces back on the board,
Repair.
which honestly is pretty fun. I would love a game of chess where it's like I got 5 tokens that I can earn if I knock enough pieces off the chest, and I can revive a unit of my choosing.
Joe the Noob asks, is this game worth getting?
If you like strategy games, absolutely. But also, you could get it on the Game Boy Advance for relatively cheap, I imagine. Also, there's a DS version.
See, I
It's
can
quite
see this on the
affordable.
DS. Man, dude, I never noticed how low pixel density the DS is. My friend one time told me they have pixels the size of hamburgers.
Yeah,
He's right.
The DS was like, what, 256 by 256? It wasn't even 640 by 480.
When did the DS come out? What year?
2005.
Okay.
I think.
That's so crazy that 10 years after Mario 64, they already crunched it down into that. Time moves at weird paces, especially when they were doing that. Oh, Hellbent!
Oh shit! For $2, Molten Amber requests Maximum Overdrive. I never seen that.
Woo! Maximum Overdrive. That's the second time I've heard it. I'll put it on the list right now.
Yeah, put it on list. You got it, Molten Amber. We'll check it out. We're working on an Avatar one that's way too long.
And every time we talk about cutting stuff, it's like we keep saying the same jokes. We're like, I love Resident Evil. I love Grand Theft Auto.
Look, I don't think you can do an Avatar review without it being like painfully long, though. You know.
Look, usually when we're like 13 minutes into a review, like when I have all the final footage cut to 13 minutes, it's like, all right, well, we're quarter of the way there, halfway there, almost. Like, in Avatar, we just met the girl. He's watching me edit it today. He just met the girl. That's like 40 minutes into the movie or so. It's crazy. And we watched the short one. We thought it was the 4-hour one. We watched the 3-hour one. It was still like insanely long. Anyway, Avatar, you know.
So strategically,
like
if I take this tank here and I attack this guy, this little tank's gonna come over and whop me one. And they got a big, heavy, medium tank sitting here, and I want some armor up here. This tank's the only armor I have. I can send the anti-air gun to finish this guy off too, but that's not necessarily efficient either. The smartest thing to do here, in my opinion, would be to let sleeping dogs lie and take a good position, like right here. And this unit that's weak needs to retreat.
Cool.
Which we could do with the APC, but it's going to take a turn to move it. If I capture these cities, we can heal up there, but now we got these guys down here and they need to do stuff.
Okay.
I can put this infantry unit on the city and attack this. So we need to choose a correct order of attack here so as to not waste our advantage. This thing's armored, and I hate that about it. But I can only do 50% with that regular tank. However, the big tank will just immediately delete it. So let's just knock this off the board. There's a versus mode for it, but man, some people take forever to take their turns like me, so I try not to bore people.
Yeah.
But the level editor is really fun. Like, if you're way better than somebody else, like if you want to play with a friend, you can make a level where they get like a whole lot of stuff and you just get a little bit of stuff.
Does it prioritize like stupid risky decisions at all? Like,
yeah,
like
you do want to make some risky decisions. In fact, later missions will require you to like really put your neck out on the line there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't put your neck out really hard, you just suffer for it immensely. Now, to attack them from the road, but the road actually has less defense than the plains, so we don't want to be on the road.
Switch Wars would have been a terrible name for this.
Yeah, that implies a lot of other different things.
Implies so many things.
Yeah, it's in the recon little Humvee against these guys, but they got rocket launchers. They'll eat up the Humvee. However, if you do damage to them, they can't attack you for as much. So just if it has 2 health, it only has like 2% of its overall attack power. So since we have the capacity to knock them off the board, I would at 69%, but we can do 67 and obliterate that heavier mech unit with 5 health. The 5 health one can do more damage. It's got to go. Although that puts my recon at risk, they shouldn't take any damage from this attack. And now, upcoming attack, they're going to be on the front line. So it means they could get hit by nothing, actually. Just the guy at the rocket. The guy at the rocket could Move to this mountain, which slows him down, so he's not going to be able to get around the recon. You can attack either of these tanks or this infantry unit, but it would be suicide. It will die if it does that. This kills the crab. You ever see that diagram where it's like how to like serve crab, and they take a pair of scissors with a little crab head. They go, this will kill the crab.
Is it a video?
It's a little like instruction, like a medical document.
I'm looking it up.
This will kill the crab.
This will kill the crab.
I like how the AI is sad, like it knows it's losing. It's like, oh.
That's funny.
I like that they programmed the AI to realize, ah, shit.
God. As a kid, I was terrified of crabs. As an adult, they're still pretty freaky.
Get everything
right
evolves back into crabs.
Yeah, crabs are one of the genetically superior beings.
It's called carcinization, the idea that everything that is human or whatever will eventually evolve into a crustacean crab form because it is ultimately the best one. Hey, Sleepy Dog Zone with $5 says, I'm late, but I heard you talking crap about Uncharted. Hope she gave you a double rim job for the disrespect. Also, what's Uncharted? Uncharted's like Indiana Jones, and it's actually a good series. I like Uncharted, but it's like we have Tomb Raider already, you know, but the Tomb Raider games kind of took a different turn.
Yeah, when you think of like logically based steps, it would be like Tomb Raider is what if Indiana Jones were a game, and then they were also like, what if Indiana Jones were a girl, and then Uncharted the game was, what if Indiana Jones were a girl then a guy, and then the movies now, what if we made a movie based on a game where Indiana Jones was a girl, guy, girl. And so really, the movie is just kind of Indiana Jones. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, and the games are too, and they're fun. You know what? They're fun because it's not like they're making new Indiana Jones stuff. I don't mind when something's derivative, but I can't talk about the Uncharted story and go, oh, the Nathan Drake saga. Oh, it's so good.
Molten Amber says that Stephen King was coked up when they directed Maximum Overdrive, and AC/DC primarily was in the soundtrack. I'm down. My friend showed me Dreamcatcher. Dude, Stephen King has a weird period. I actually have just about every... Isn't it insane?
I love it.
I have just about every Stephen King movie on Blu-ray.
This is a useless fact, but after before Dreamcatcher came out, MMO I played, EverQuest, had a tracking system. It's like, I want to go here, and they would do the Dreamcatcher thing where the little spiral comes out and leads you to the thing. And so in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, it's like, was Stephen King playing EverQuest and just rip this fucking visual element out? That'll do.
That'll look great. Stephen King stuff's interesting because Dan Harmon one time said he's a Marvel superhero, and his tragic backstory is he has no delete key. And so when you look at his shit, there's complete... He's like fascinated with trailer trash. Like, he got hit by someone who lived in a camper when he was that started his Percocet phase or whatever it was. Then if you ever watch Dr. Sleep, all the bad guys are all in motorhomes, and there's an interview where he's like, whenever I saw people in motorhomes, I thought, what evil deeds could they be doing?
But that's fucked up.
I know.
Evil deeds
so
like
awesome.
trying to survive.
I don't know. I'm fascinated with people who, I mean, not all people live in trailers or trailer trash, but
look,
that nomadic
when I see
life.
people walking out of the trailer homes, there's always that guy with like a fucking chain and no shirt on.
Yeah.
Who looks like he's gonna break into cars, but half the time when you stop that person, he's like, dude, I'm just going to the quick stop to get a Pepsi. I got $1.50.
That's true.
they're just, they don't understand that they look threatening. Some of the nicest people you'll meet, I swear. I mean, depending on a lot of factors I'm not allowed to talk about because it would understandably make people not feel good.
That's funny.
The socioeconomical factors.
Creative Doof explains that King directed Maximum Overdrive because he wanted to stick it to Kubrick to show that you could direct a Stephen King story. So I'm into that. Because The Shining, which I don't know how much you know about, it's so radically fucking different from what it was supposed to be. Which I'm sure you knew, but The Shining was
adapting a book
lot
to
more...
a movie or a TV show, The biggest issue you're going to come across is obviously that there's only so much time that people are going to spend in the theater before they're like, okay, I'm done. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, and The Shining, the book, is a lot more about a dad failing to live up to his family's expectations of him. There's little good things that just aren't in it. Like, there's a scene where they keep hearing music playing, like 1930s party music, and they, like, hear it down the elevator shaft and run down there, and there's nothing there. And then the movie's a lot more about, like, time leaking and things being wrong, and they shot it at weird frame rates, so it looks all fucked up. I can talk about The Shining for 1,000 hours. That's definitely going to be a Tunes Talk. I have a script
we'll do
for
Shining.
riffing
I'm
that.
down for The Shining.
Paul and I have riffed on The Shining so many times, we have, like, a line for everything.
Notice my careful positioning.
I'm looking. Can you shoot through those trees?
The trees provide cover, so yes, everything can shoot through everything for the most. Yeah, everything can shoot through everything. There's nothing that'll block your fire, but the mountains have a defense of 4, and the tinier mountains have a defense of 4. Usually, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's mainly defense and offense and traversal, right?
Yeah.
Like the road has 0 defense, but vehicles can move more spaces on roads. The rivers have 0 defense, but only infantry can move through them, and it takes up like an entire turn to get through the river. So it like slows you down. So the tiles provide defense, and they also alter how quickly you can move. If I tried to move a tank through this forest here, it would only be able to go so far. From the road, it'll go a long stretch. Same with infantry for the most part, but except no bonus for road because they're on foot. And an aircraft just, well, they fly. So you can probably figure out how that goes.
So more about The Shining. No.
I like The Shining. I have no real criticism about it, other than it's like, look, it's a weird Kubrick movie. I'm not one of those people that thinks that a movie needs to be 100% accurate. Like, what was it? Lord of the Rings, the elves helped on the raid to Helm's Deep or whatever. And in the book, the elves didn't help. And people complained about that, and I'm thinking like, but it makes for a much more interesting visual scene. You get all these characters together, you know what I mean? So,
yeah, that's true.
Well, it's not completely accurate on the other end of it. It's like, yeah, it's not accurate, but it's cool.
Blue Dark Lord asks, have we seen Dr. Sleep yet?
I have not.
I've seen it 3 times. And there's a commentary podcast with Mike Flanagan that's really good. I got really into Mike Flanagan and then looked back and realized he did Gerald's Game, and he did, what was the other one? Which was considered unfilmable. And he did Hush, which is all just about like defending the house from a dude, and the main character is completely deaf. Like, talented fucking dude. He also did Oculus, which Diana can attest to, that not his best work. But it got him famous. Then he did Haunting a Hill House. Dr. Sleep is the sequel to The Shining, in which you see Dan Torrance as like a 40-year-old man, yet he looks like Ewan McGregor. And he's basically coping. It's a lot more about alcoholism. He's coping with
Dr. Sleep.
His choices.
Yeah, alcohol will cause that.
Yeah.
See, I thought Dr. Sleep was. Never mind. That's a low. I need to stop
Don't-
making Bill
don't go
Cosby
for-
jokes. It's not as.
I know.
It stops getting funny after the 100th one.
Dr. Sleep. He's Dr. Dick's cousin.
Cover your drink. Dr. Sleep is.
Help me, Dr. Sleep. Don't go near my drink.
So a priest or rabbi and Bill Cosby go out to get drinks.
There were no survivors. Yeah, Dr. Sleep's a fantastic movie because they're shining vampires, and he has to square off against them, and they're also all trailer trash. Yet they're rich. Doesn't make sense. Really,
Trailer trash can be
sword.
rich, but
In the,
usually it's like a Breaking Bad situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. They're designed to all kind of look like meth heads, which I think is cool.
Don't mess
Dr.
with
Sleep
them.
is a tremendous movie. Thanks, pal. It's a good movie.
Nobody's
I really
messing
like it.
with
It starts
Dr.
off very
Sleep.
Kubrickian. It starts off super Kubrickian, and then the visual style gets a lot more Mike Flanagan, and I like that. God. Chad, if you want to come up with a name for my new movie,
Dr. Balls.
the first one was... never mind, Hellbent got it. Should I ask the chat?
You can ask Jack. Here's a quick question, though. It was asked, what kind of steaks do we like? We should answer this one. If it's a good restaurant,
yeah.
medium. If it's like Applebee's, medium rare.
Blizzard.
Well done everywhere. I don't give a shit. Actually,
I never give somebody hell
You
for
want that-
wanting well done. It's like, I want my meat cooked. Yeah, no shit. Of course you do. Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't
pussy.
defend my
Yeah, I
artillery.
know.
I'm a dummy. Ah!
Oh no!
I don't know why I thought you
You
couldn't
should
get through
save
there.
state it.
Oh, these games are so boring when you can just step back and move. There's an option to put it on beginner mode where you can do that, but I feel like it just, you know. I bet General MacArthur wishes he could do that. I bet all those people who died in the war wish they could do that.
Old Custer, yeah.
I bet Custer
If you
wishes
showed
he
this
could
to
have
your-
redone his term.
Chad, if you showed this to your grandpa or your great grandpa, see what they say, and send us back what happens. Do they hide behind a bush? Do they go, what the fuck is this? I was asking someone who was around during the Hogan's Heroes era. I was like, did anyone get pissed off about that? And he's like, no, it was a time of pride for the states. So it was actually keeping the morale up, making fun of all the Germans.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take a loss here, but you know what? It's fine. You got me with the winter stuff. The winter stuff got me. We have a reasonable counter here. Yeah, I'm not. This artillery piece is not escaping. This tank is going to attack the artillery. There's no way around that.
That's cool.
I can just tell you that's just how it's gonna go down. I know the AI in this well enough. These tanks are kind of weak, so I'm just gonna chip away at this infantry, knock it off the board, take our licks, and then keep moving.
That's good. What do you guys think of Jack Black as Bowser?
Bitches! It sounds like he's saying bitches.
Yeah, I noticed that song was oh god, we should actually start cutting Toonstock. Like, I shouldn't say this on a stream. We should start cutting based on a shitty BitTorrent and then just like add the actual movie in the day it releases and be like, look, we're the first people
no,
to
a completely legitimate copy of the Mario movie, yes, because it comes out digital on May 11th.
Oh, so if I started cutting now, we could actually do that.
Yeah, we could get a head start. I'm sorry, not a head start. We could go to the theater, Brian, and write down notes.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go back to the theater and write down notes.
We're gonna go down to the theater, to the movie house, and write down notes of the Mario movie so that we can do a really cool review for you guys. And you're gonna like it.
It's really hard to find a theater between Seattle and Austin, but we found one dead in the center.
Yeah, it's fine.
So how much did you pay when you went to go see it?
$1 billion.
That's cool.
Yeah, I love Nintendo that much.
I really here's my hot take. It's everything I ever expected it to be, but it wasn't the most exciting movie in the world. They did everything just perfect, and it was you know, it's like when you go to Red Robin and get a burger and you're like, this is exactly what I thought it would be, and then you kind of continue your day. It was like that.
Red Robin is a nice treat when it's like, oh, we'll take you out for lunch. But if you go there expecting to be like, you know, ooh, this is going to be some good grub. It's like, no, lower your expectations there.
For instance, Night Studio says even though Nintendo hate their fan base.
They
Nintendo may
really
love
do.
their fan base.
I hate to say that they do because it makes me sound like a know-it-all, but I genuinely feel like Nintendo does hate the people who play their games. They're
they're diehards.
Oh, everybody hates their diehards. I'm just gonna tell you that right off the bat.
Yeah.
If you're a diehard fan of anything, you should know. If a creator is nice to you, they are just being nice. Because when he's like, I've seen everything and I got fan theories and I would suck your pee-pee for 15 hours just for the flavor.
That's true.
Like, they don't like hearing that. It comes across as disingenuous and like, there's some people who like it. Like, you can spot them, the type that just bathe in it. I love Comic-Con. I love talking to the fans, get my balls sucked. That's good.
Do you think it's hard for Sega, like anyone working on Sonic, to like, they can tell the difference between, oh yeah, I played a couple of your games and I like them pretty good, and like, I played Sonic Adventure 100 times. I think it is the pinnacle of video game. Do you think they have to sift those people out? They must.
They probably have to sift those people out, but not because they like the thing, but just out of like, are you gonna be crazy? are you gonna get on stage and go, I like Sonic Adventure 2, the Cow Garden's great, and I think Sonic the Hedgehog is the best, and I want to suck on Rouge the Bat's titties and lick her butt stink.
That's a lot of gliding you've been doing, Rouge the Bat. All right, we got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Randall. And like, oh, anytime if you want me back. It's like, no.
In fact, round 2.
Oh, you know,
like
I got other opinions. In fact.
And then they bring the next guy over, and he's like, Yuji Naka, and he goes, I'd like to turn my mic back over to Randall. Hi, guys. Let me continue.
I'd like to give my 5 minutes to Randall. Hi, guys. Now onto the butthole stink. The bouquet, as they call it, is actually quite fragrant. Yum, yum.
Even Omega, robot though he may be, has a very distinctive odor.
And I've cataloged them based off of family pets that I have.
Oh no.
Rouge the Bat is more like a Mr. Fluffy from my sense.
I just like the idea of Yuji Naka getting up on stage and just being like, have you seen this? And he's like unfolding a map, and it's like the Sonic Adventure logo, and then he unfolds the bottom part, and it's like a big piece of inflation art. He's like, I just can't do this anymore.
Time to go embezzle money.
Oh,
I love that he got busted for insider trading. Of course he did.
He wasn't fast enough when the cops showed up.
Yeah. I gotta liquidate my assets fast.
I do. Yuji Naka is like the rock star there too, because he was always the fuck the police guy. I remember in Sonic Adventure 2, they kept parking their cars wrong and kept getting tickets, so they actually put the little ticket trolley car in part of City Escape, and he's like, yeah, fuck that ticket car. It's just like, maybe just don't park in a way you're getting tickets, Mr. Naka. He's like, no, I'm just gonna.
Nah, they're the ones who are wrong.
I guess that's some Miyazaki stuff. We watched that Miyazaki thing.
Oh, look, I'm gonna say it outright with no shame. Miyazaki is a bitter old hack.
Oh, we watched we're animating a sequence for something where it turns into anime, and Helvin goes, I find this to be an insult to life itself. And I'm like, is that from something? And you were like, yeah, it's from Miyazaki.
He just goes way over the top on these poor guys. You can tell he's about to fucking cry, right?
He makes that kid cry. There's no way.
I feel like they were set up. I feel like those guys that went out there to go, okay, we gotta tell the story. So,
yeah.
These kids who made this like AI program where it's like, look, the zombie learns to walk as it's educated through machine learning, and through this we believe you could achieve a really neat horror effect, possibly,
right, they're missing
or something
limbs.
Of that tune.
They're missing limbs, so they're using different parts of their body with no sense of pain. Like some will somersault head first, some will like move with just like their arm joints. It's really cool.
Yeah. So they set these kids up to be torn down by a bitter old fucking animator. And it's so mean.
It would be like getting John K. or Ralph Bakshi in to be like, what do you think of my 3D model, John K?
Yeah, it looks like shit.
3D model. It looks like shit.
Yeah, I hope you didn't spend too much time on that pile of shit. You know, basically what he said. But this guy was way worse. He was like, "This is an insult. I have a friend who is in a wheelchair and he's very mutilated and can hardly move. And I feel that life is such a fragile thing, and that what you produced, is an insult to life itself." And it's just so over the top. And you see this poor guy who's like, you know, I just wanted to program a digital art thing that could learn and move on its own.
Yeah. Well, which also means that he'd be watching.
And you should just stop and take your dumb stuff and get out of my office, essentially.
Yeah, well, you know what? Miyazaki, the way that he must have to operate, every second must count. You know what I mean?
Oh,
he's
sure.
one of those dudes, you take the paper away, it's like taking a Game Boy away from a 5-year-old. He's like, like,
well, think about it. You have to be on that level to make a living in Japan doing animation.
He's fucking miserable.
He looks at the cat and he goes, "Look at you. You have no schedule." He's jealous of a cat.
He's mad at the cat. The cat doesn't have to do in-betweens today.
And the cat's like, "Yeah, well, fuck you." Meow, meow. It's funny to me.
As much as I've ever judged other people I know, or just been mean about, like, you really should, when you say you're an animator, animate something the last 5 years. You know what I mean? Like, try. Just fucking try. I see Miyazaki and I'm like, you don't have to be an animator. It's fine, Mr. Miyazaki-san. You can take a cruise.
I don't know how much money he has.
I know, but
he's always like in an apron and chain smoking, so like there's a really good chance that if he doesn't constantly make the Spirited Away shit, that he will starve to death. You know?
That's possible.
I've heard how little they make on anime. It's not much.
Yeah,
like
but you know that he's been
sucks.
giving money to his friends. Remember, he's giving money to his friends' court cases.
Oh yeah, that is correct.
So he does have money somewhere.
His friends with mountains and mountains of like super illegal pictures. And it's like, don't worry, I'll cover your lawyer costs. Yeah. Yet he does. I'm not that I'm defending Chris Belushi or anything, but
no, but he's only ruined 3 lives. This guy's ruined at least 12.
It's it's worth considering. I don't know.
Well, it is weird. It's just about who yelled the loudest, but just the amount of our fucking heroes. I phrased it like this. I was like, it disgusts me how full the animation industry is with these sickos and these weirdos, and that they're cramping my space. And then my friend wrote, or they're making room for you. And I'm like, I guess that's true. Though there's still 3,000 people being laid off right now.
Nah, the only boycott that ever worked was the Bud Light one.
So if we want to destroy the animation industry, how do we do it?
Get them to like, well, actually, yeah, well, I don't know. The animation industry is different. I guess like,
well, do what Game Grumps did. We're doing it right now. We're doing exactly what Game Grumps did, which is you take an animator and then you just don't animate. You just talk about shit.
That's true. That is the best way to, and honestly, as an actor, it's the best way to make money is to not act.
This is how things are supposed to be.
If I try to do nothing but act to make money, the amount that I get compared to the $7 in super chats I have right now would be so much less. And it's not because my acting isn't worth that much. It's because everybody who's making stuff doesn't have money.
That's true.
I can't expect somebody to pay me, like, don't get me wrong. I've been paid well for everything that I've done, right? But for everything that I've done, I've turned down way more. And the reason being is simply that I don't want to spend 3 hours recording on the mic for something that I'm going to be paid pennies to the dollar for that may not ever be released even, because they don't even have the confidence to know if they can release it at some point.
And what Josh Peck said, remember in that interview, he's like, well, you get paid a lot for those movies. And he goes, yeah, but all the stuff I want to do, they don't even give me like a nickel for. That's just kind of how
Hollywood
it is.
accounting, they say, oh, you'll make money on the net gain. And it's like, they always calculate it so that they always break even or lose money, even though they made shit tons.
Yep. It's called Hollywood accounting. It's where they add if you add the promotional costs in and a couple other things that are unrelated, you can basically Well, it's like global warming. No matter what side you're on, you can do just enough math that it looks like either option is true, right? It's just how you can flex stuff.
It's just how they trick you. They don't want to, like, the job of the accountant is to get people to work for the least amount of money possible.
Yeah. It's very true.
This guy's
I've been
arguing with
having
a child
IOs.
who just killed like a dozen of his
That's
men.
a lot, huh?
Just
I
ran
wanna meet
over
a
a
man
bunch
who
of them with a
looks like
tank
that.
and hit a bunch of them with artillery. Took over cities. People lived there. We were launching bombs. But he's got a giant silly wrench. Isn't that just adorable?
He does have a silly wrench. I'm in charge of an army.
It's like if Ash Ketchum had like a fucking military. Like if Ash Ketchum was Blackwater.
Hey there!
It's like the Twilight Zone
Look
kid.
who's here.
I do like the idea of Ash Ketchum being Blackwater. Like, you don't seriously suggest we get Ash.
Who else can clear out Baghdad in time?
In time? They've got a plan with time.
Yeah, there's
Easy
a
there.
there's a
I
limit.
heard you the first time, oh bearded one.
Bearded one. Oh, why you?
I'm looking at DoorDash right now on my phone, and I realized that if I screen shared my phone, I would immediately dox myself. It's like built into the app.
Yeah. Don't worry, we played games that have done that. Again, Call of Duty's Black Ops 4. Like just
Really?
immediately put all my friends' full names up on the screen because you had to. Yeah, it's like, we got this from your credit card. It's your friend, blah blah blah. It's like, and then you see other people's names too, right? So
Yeah.
it's like, it was not cool. I don't know why they thought to do that. Like, streamer, internet guy or not, even if you're just a regular Joe, logging onto a fucking Call of Duty game and having your first and last name put there, it's like, it's so and so.
That's so cool.
That was some dumb shit's idea, and I'm sure the programmers were laughing as they were putting it in. It's like, oh, we're gonna put
You
malware
remember-
in here, cool.
There was a game that you could do the frame rate attack. I remember my cousin and I used to always joke, oh, the deadly frame rate attack, like just making the game run all shitty. But oh man, the frame rate attack's always funny to me. But then you and I came up with one for a game where the mathematician that would throw. It'd be a 2D sprite game like this, but the character would throw complex math equations to render particles at the screen.
No.
It would fuck your system up so bad.
Yeah, it's like, look out, he's getting to the city, and if he gets there, he's gonna render 500 billion isosceles triangles all at the same time. It's
All
like, shit,
moving at
gotta stop
different
this
ratios.
guy. I've
It's
been
weird
given
how
the
in
authority
Flash
to
you
use
can-
chemical bombs.
It's weird how in Flash, which I guess none of the audience would use, but Adobe Flash or Adobe Animate as it's called now, the animation software is specifically, it's not optimized in the slightest, and it was invented in like '96. So one of the things you can do is you can do animations embedded in animations, but you have to pre-render the first layer of animations and then import a bunch of fucking PNG files into it, and then that works. If not, if it's just like, I was doing a bumblebee going in a circle, and then I was copying and pasting them going different directions, so it looks like a big swarm going. As soon as I did that, it was running a frame a second. So I had to re-render them as like a layer, and then I just put like animated GIFs into it, basically animated GIFs, and suddenly it worked perfectly. It's like it can render 5,000 bitmaps, but it can't render a circle, a little yellow circle going in a circle. It just can't do it. And it's like, how does it know? What is it loading inefficiently? Because it can load so many other things. It can do particle effects and shit. But just an animation going in a circle that you copy and paste a few times, it suddenly goes, "What? Can't do that."
Hard to say, but yeah, high resolution vectors are tough, and I think it's because it has to solve, like, it has to connect. Okay, think about how a polygon works, right? It's a bunch of little nodes attached to each other. It's got to like render all those nodes into 2D things. So instead of a polygon, you're rendering this like monstrous 2D geometry. You're rendering this massive piece of 2D geometry that defies a name. It's not a trapezoid. It's not a polygon. It's not an octagon. It's just like this fucking mass of meshes. So it's just this huge fucking 2D mesh with all this other stuff in it. And I'm not surprised that it just does that.
That's cool. Math is confusing.
So, these infantry, right? They're totally going to get these cities, and that's going to boost their economy so that they can build more. Oh, I don't think they get a factory here. Well, then this is going to be easy to win. Still, I don't want them to have these buildings, and I got to get across the river. They also have long-range artillery, which will eventually come up my ass, but it cannot get past these mountains. So it can only go so far, but it's still close enough to be a threat. What I want to get out of here is a bunch of infantry, but I also need to push forward. So the best thing to do right now would be to get enough troops to cross the river and take those cities, I think.
I'm getting a Whopper delivered to my house, guys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Red Dragon Empress, a member for 27 months. Thank you. Asks, would you ever try haggis? I've tried haggis. It's okay. Very high calorie. Gets you through the day.
Oh, that's cool. So you only need to eat a little bit of it.
Yeah, but, you know, it's meant to be had as a full meal. It's great, though. You know, as long as you just don't pay attention to the fact what it is. It's better than eating tripe or, like, you know, pig's feet or stuff like that. I'd rather eat haggis than pig's feet.
Also love pig's feet.
Oh, I imagine all the bone.
Pig's ears. Why don't we ever eat lamb lung? Dogs love fucking fried lamb lung. Freeze-dried lamb lung, even.
It's a good question. I don't know.
Awesome spit.
It's probably just that it's gross. Dog will eat it.
Oh, yeah, I'm fighting Grit. So this guy has a power that makes all of his artillery shoot at a longer range. It is the best. Also gets a nice little country song.
Oh, man. If you guys were homeless, what food would you eat? Audience, chat.
Crack.
Because I was going to say, I learned that homeless people do not like when you give them cans of green beans. They don't like when you give them vegetables or fruit trays.
No, they're human beings.
I know. You give them donuts.
You wouldn't like it either.
I wouldn't like it. Well, if I was homeless, I'd really want some donuts. Seattle
Well,
has
think
a
about it.
homeless
Like,
problem.
your stomach deep in like 18 ounces of rotten gut, like alcohol, just to sleep through the night, and then somebody offers you a can of green beans instead of a hamburger, I'd be pissed too.
Yeah, that's true. They're not doing much. I'm gonna get a text message.
Nell used to get pounded out by Grit. That's nice.
Wait, who got?
Marilyn
Who got
Monroe
pounded
got
out?
pounded out by Elvis. It's the easiest way for me to explain it.
I'm gonna pass her over to you now. Oh, that's pretty cool. Thank you,
Hunka
for doing
Hunka
that.
Burning Love was about cum.
It was about about burning lowercase t's on people's lawns. My
No,
knees are shaking and my eyes are red.
it's not love.
Oh yeah.
My heart is shaking and my knees are weak.
There's a group of bad men walking up that street. And start dusting off jokes from 10 years ago.
I think it's okay to make fun of Elvis. He stole a lot of his music. But now they call it sampling, so it's okay.
I know. Well, no, I was going to say, do you remember, Wake Inside? You used to do that all the time.
Wake me up inside. Did they steal that from Elvis?
No, but we used to do Michael McDonald singing like
anything. Yeah, Michael McDonald's just fun to impersonate in general.
Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off.
Come home. No, 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 no. I can't. I haven't practiced that as much as I should be.
Yours is pretty funny though.
I gotta get into it. It's like no, 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 no. Oh, say it ain't so, I will not go.
It's the little things again.
I'm kicked back all casual style, so it's hard for me to like go full in with the projection.
Oh man.
Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off. Carry me home. Say it ain't so.
We were talking about that 90s, you know, I'll kill you one, I'll kill you one. All you have to do is you just raise the...
I cut you once, I cut you twice. You're my midnight sacrifice.
What else did...
You shame me, you shame God. I clean your face and now you're gone.
I wanna fuck you like an animal.
My whole existence is flawed. You get me closer to God.
And wild horses Michael, calm down. You've only had one Red Bull. Oh man. Now I gotta look up some thrashy songs. I type most hardcore songs, and then Google says songs from around the web. Did you mean hardcore pornography?
Both.
I did. Thank you. If I leave here tomorrow.
This game's very relaxing, by the way. Although it is strategy and kind of crunches your brain.
Yeah.
It's meant for like children to be able to beat it too. So like, you know, there's a little give. Like if I was playing XCOM and I saw something with this much health and I had a 68% chance of hitting it or whatever,
yeah,
I'd be worried. I'd be like, oh fuck, I'm gonna miss it and I'm gonna get fucking steamrolled. And this game is like, no, that thing's gonna die, and I know it's gonna die.
Huh.
Which is fun because it makes it a little bit more like chess, where you can. There's a little bit of RNG, just a little bit of give, so miracles can happen. But like, you know, generally speaking, you can kind of tell what's gonna go on. And the AI can be baited so hard.
Just how deep will you believe when you sing on Hellbent Stream? That was 9 Inch Nails. They were a good band.
I'm the man in the box. Show
Person.
my nose and shit.
I got money in the bank. I got news for you, baby. I'm gonna become a man. Linkin Park. Numb in the end. What I've done. Castle of Glass. So I stopped understanding.
End. That's pretty funny. That should be a Preparation H commercial.
Numb in the end. A whole lot of rosy. Man. Could Rush sing anything bad? I can do a good Tom DeLonge also. That's my go-to at work, is Tom DeLonge singing anything, really. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me?
Oh.
You got him?
It for sure crashed.
No.
I'll try some different settings. Hey, it was running for a pretty good long while though.
Hi, Mickey.
It's okay. Let me change a few things. Hey, Mickey R, new member. Thank you for being a new member. If you're liking the stream, make sure to click like. And if you're into the Advance Wars, we're gonna finish it up. But if it does keep crashing, I will swap to the Switch. I'll just make up for it like off stream. It won't take me too long to bust through there.
You might understand there will be no Crash Bandicoot today, Hellbent.
We could, but like I'm just in a chill mood right now. You know what I mean?
Oh, play what you want to play.
I've been wanting to play this one for a long time, but I just never had a good reason to until now.
That's fair. Huh. Hellbent, you should get a better computer. I keep telling him to upgrade. He's still rocking Windows 98, 512 megabytes of RAM, GTX 1. Oh, he's gone.
I'm swapping to the GLA SM assembly shaders. Maybe that'll make things a bit more stable.
Did this like just come out?
Yeah.
Okay, so you probably haven't been on like Google, or there's no one on Google to complain about this yet.
There are, but like, you know, the solutions are very few and far between. I could try a different emulator,
Yeah,
yada, 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 but we'll be here forever with that, right?
Yeah. That's why I started playing on consoles for a while, is because I had so many of these kinds of issues.
Well,
Where you like turn the render distance up and down, but emulators
it's
are
on me.
different.
I played Breath of the Wild at 60 frames a second at 4K and had like no crashing or no issues whatsoever. And then I played like, you know, a few minutes of this. I'm like, oh, it boots. I'm like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides, it saves every turn. So how far back will it really send me? Not far.
It would be really funny if this is on a mechanical drive and it's just been like fucking your drive over and over.
I'll just get another one.
Yeah, it's true.
I got a few other drives laying around anyways. Also, this computer's got a warranty on it, so I could get the part replaced for free. That's good too.
That's true.
What's the point of having a computer like this if you're not gonna like take it out for a spin anyhow? The only purpose of having my like 1.0 Switch still laying around is so I can do the paperclip trick to download games off of it.
You would never do that.
You want some Command & Conquer 0 Hour, Kane's Wrath, or Kenshi tonight? Ooh, not tonight, but I'd like to get them down the line.
Man. Can you play online on like Yuzu or whichever one you're using?
Yeah, actually, there is online stuff for this, believe it or not. It's pretty nuts.
If we could play CTR, I'd be very happy. I don't know how you'd set it up or not.
Oh, God. It is probably a pain in the ass to set up. I said you could do it, but I didn't say I wanted to do it.
Oh, that's okay.
If it's like that, Brian, I think it would almost be more worth my money to get you a used PS4. like $100.
Just worth your money, yeah.
Well, look, I mean, it would take us like 2 weeks to set up, right? And I'd have to probably pay for a server anyways, right?
Oh, God. That's
so,
a
like,
good point.
once you calculate it all up, it's like, yeah, actually, it would have been less expensive if you just got him a fucking PS4 off eBay for $80.
That's true.
Who says
PS4
Jedi
better not be 80
Survivor?
bucks.
We could get Jedi Survivor running good again. Somebody put up a hack for Reshade that puts DLSS in, so you get that good frame generation.
Can you put some post-processing on this shit?
Yeah, I could put ray trace. This would get fucked by the ray tracing filter. You see all the like perspective stuff they're doing?
Oh yeah. It wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, it would just be a complete utter nightmare, which I'm all for.
Okay.
But you know,
I will be right back.
Can't count on them for shit. Okay, I'm gonna move back away from this artillery because it's gonna want me. And I don't want to get caught in a crisscross between tanks and artillery. I'd rather stack up than move out. Also, I should have put the artillery over here anyways. Looks we got, yeah. Well, no, that tank may come in. Let's try to stay somewhat flexible. I guess I could throw a tank in to do some damage, but I'll also take some in the process. There we go, that blocks that off. We can put the APC over here to regenerate a little bit, and we can get our other tank lined up to hopefully get in there soon. Otherwise, I seem to flood up here some infantry. I'd buy artillery to fight back, you know, range-wise, but this guy's whole shtick is long-range artillery, right? So what I really want is mobile ground armor that I can punch through there with. At least I believe that's the case. So I'm going to spend my money on more tanks. We can just do the war of attrition here. I would do secret streams for the membership stuff, Sleepy Dog Zone. I don't know. I feel like I kind of like the honor system, like the tip system. Like if you have money, tip it, but if you don't. I don't want to make people feel like they have to tip or they're not gonna be able to watch something, right? I mean, some people like that though, and you know,
they would be private.
If there's money, yeah, it would be private. If there is money involved, like I have, you know, encouragement to do it, of course.
The VIP room.
But yeah, I just don't want to set up some fancy pants like, well, you know, if you want to watch that, you got to spend money. And unless it's like real throwaway, like something real, like Helbert and Brian talk about whatever movie for 30 minutes show. But even then, I'd prefer just to put that out, you know?
I do kind of just want people to have it, yeah.
Yeah, we could just go live and just like talk about a new release, like unfiltered without the tunes talking, like editing and all that, and just run our mouths. You know what I mean?
We've considered doing that, and I remember the problem is that you would forget half the movie by the time we got to it, because I maybe waited a day.
Maybe if we watch the movie first, then went live after, because we usually watch a movie then yap about it right immediately after. So it would just be an issue of scheduling, like schedule an hour and 20 minutes to watch the movie, and then like 30 minutes after to go live.
God, we could try that.
It could be fun. I think I'd have to try to see if folks would like it first, of course. Can't just assume people want to see something like that.
Yeah, true, but we'd just be doing Red Letter Media's thing and we cut it later. You imagine
the nice thing about live is that it's less
does.
work. That's the truth of that.
Yeah. We also need to... The editing software we use, we also are able to completely cut out pauses.
Oh, good night.
So there's entire... Good night, ooh. There's stuff in those reviews where we're... Hellbent put it to me this way. It was phrased as like, I could just say and do whatever I want because we're not live, and also I know you have to cut it out. So we'll go like 10 minutes through a movie without saying a word, and then Hellbent will just say something really horrible.
Yeah, that's because I know I'm not live, right? So if I'm live, obviously I have restraint. You have restraint when you're live too. You're capable of that.
Yeah.
But it is nice to have that buffer to where like you can have an opportunity to really push the edge and like just say whatever instead of having to be like, well, I think I have a funny joke, but I'm gonna hold on to it because there's a chance it might hurt someone's feelings possibly. And that really handicaps humor. And some folks will be like, well, why did your humor have to be edgy? No, that's the point, is that it's editorialized. It's like, no, it doesn't have to be edgy. But, you know, in the process of like observing things, especially these days, you can make an observation that some people wish you didn't make.
Remember when Jesus was sending you your food?
Yeah, that was funny.
And the GPS tag was like over the water.
Yeah, he's in the Atlantic Ocean for a little bit. I don't know why. It's important business with Atlantis.
He had to go deal with the kings and queens of Atlantis. We're thinking of just doing our own drunken peasants type show where we just yell about politics for 4 hours. That goes well for everyone who does it. Politics!
And it's so fun, you know. I noticed that the only political shows that survive have like two people who agree with each other on everything ever. And then the minute they disagree with each other on something, it all fucking falls apart.
Hellbent and I agree somewhat about shit. We're good at not poking each other about subjects.
Oh, hey, Doof says actually like Hellbent's live streams. Most live streams that they participated in, people only read super chats. I suppose that made a difference, but also felt sort of lame. I feel bad if I only read the super chats, because again, it implies like, hey,
that's a capitalistic system.
Yeah, and like not the good kind of capitalism, the capitalism where it's like, I'm gonna prey on somebody's want to communicate with me. It'd be like if I charged Brian to hang out with me.
Wait, you're gonna stop doing that?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna lower your friend rent. Your friend.
Okay, cool. My friend.
That'll be a thing, watch. It'll be like, it's expensive to hang out with you.
That could totally be a thing. That could totally be. I can actually picture, like, you like a little ragdoll, like, hang out with Hellbent for $14 an hour. Well, that would be.
Well, that's how the phone lines went.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So you could do that again.
Yeah. Cypher says, I'm paying for your attention. I had somebody do that once. They talked to me. They're like, I give you $100, Hellbent. Talk with me. I'm like, okay. And they're really fucking annoying. So I said, you're really fucking annoying. Essentially, put it nicely, really.
But I gave you money.
And the response was like, I paid $100 for this. It's like, no. I can't promise you just because you send money that I'm gonna like be your best friend. That's
people.
That would also be bad in its own right. You know what I mean?
People are not entitled to like you. That's like
Friend
it's unfortunate.
101. It's like one of the first things you learn about friendships is that you can buy a friend, and there are people that will totally do that, but they're not real.
Well, and also the older you get, frankly, I figured the way people like me is how willing they are to talk to me. You know what I mean? And
yeah, basics. Like
this has been a big.
It just has to
my
be.
whole life. Yeah, my whole life shifted around this last year. So I've been cutting friends, getting new ones, and I've met a lot of people who just like, I don't want to be your friend. And I'm like, all right. And it's one of those things where it's like middle school where I'm like, why doesn't everyone like me all the time? But you got to remember, people just aren't your fucking friend for no reason. People want different.
And you will learn.
It's a bargaining system too.
I promise you, if you disagree with that, you will learn over time that if you were to be their friends, you would feel out of place, and you'd eventually realize, oh, that's why they don't want to be my friend. We have nothing to talk about, and it's just awkward.
Yeah, and it's also like it's never you're not good enough. It's always like you're just different. You're just a different formula. But I know people that I think are annoying as shit, and they hang out with other annoying as shit people and call each other the N-word and do all sorts of crazy nonsense.
Yeah, it's compatibility.
I know two people who keep making 9/11 jokes to me at my job, and what they'll do is they'll cannon fire a joke that isn't funny. Like, two wrongs don't make a right, but, you know, what about the Twin Towers? And then, like, the other guy will not laugh, but then he will say his canned joke to the first guy, and they will just launch jokes, quote-unquote, at each other, and it's the most annoying shit. I wear headphones at work now, but, you know, their 2005 humor, they love each other. I don't know how much, but they're the kind of people that I'm sure they text each other all the time, right?
And you know what? Is there as their right to make fucked up, stupid jokes? You know, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But you can't complain too hard when they put you in the edgelord section for that, or somebody's like, you know, I've heard enough of your your fucking World War II jokes or whatever.
Yeah.
It'd be no different than if I just walked up and started talking sports, even though you didn't initiate any sports conversation and have shown no interest in sports whatsoever. And I'm just like, yeah, so my favorite team was playing last week, and it's like, I didn't ask.
Right,
like, they're doing really good too.
For my thing. Yeah, exactly.
In other words, I don't give a shit what you think. It's time for me to talk about my thing, and that is so selfish.
True. That's very common. Well, and I've noticed, I try to think of it in a very free spirit kind of way. Like, people are going to want to be around you, and there's people who are not, and that's okay, because you're going to meet other people. And maybe you do need to change, and you'll find common denominators in what's wrong. But ultimately, every single person that has become my friend, it's been a complete accident. And it's always because when I'm on my phone, you're the person I scroll to. You know what I mean?
And sometimes it's about timing.
I always wanted to be Hellbent's special friend, but he had a lot of special friends. And we've always kept in touch. He's just someone I've always kept in touch with. And now he's the kind of dude that every once in a while we just call each other for no reason.
And I'm kind of sick of mass group gatherings because everybody talks over each other and it just gets muddied.
It's very loud.
Yeah, I kind of shifted over to 1v1 interactions simply because it's easier to talk to the real person. The worst part about a group communication is because even if you don't want to establish one, people naturally establish a pecking order. What you wind up with are people who want to talk but reserve themselves and don't really speak their minds, because if they do, well, they're going to get it. You know, they're going to catch some shit for it. And they just don't want to, so you just end up meeting like half the person, and it's just a whole mess.
Yeah, that's
whole
the whole
ass
thing.
mess.
Well, and also, there is something just about like the concoction of mixing people together. Like, you get, because people want to align themselves with what you think, you're going to get different opinions. Just about every person I've ever met, like, you get them alone and they're like, that dude's a total fucking simp beta cuck, you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, that's funny. And they're like,
back talk. I mean, it's inevitable.
Well, not back talk, but
opinions.
I'm saying, you know that guy now has the alpha male mentality.
Oh, I'm the king of this castle. Yeah, I'm the god. I'm the golden god.
I had a guy at my job the other day tell me, he's like, you know, if you were working at the shipping yards, you'd be making $60 an hour.
Yeah, and if I was sucking dick, I'd make $100 an hour. What's your point?
I know. Well, I was like, why don't you go do that? And he's like, well, because I'm busy doing stuff here right now. And I'm like, you've never been to a fucking shipping yard.
So it makes a good point. Once people get into a group, everyone waters down their personalities to fit in better. Yeah, and they have to, because if you don't, like, they'll say, oh, we're open to everything, and you can express any opinion here. Just beware, not, you know. It's like, yeah, you can express anything here is a fucking lie. I never met any community like that falls apart.
A lot of people I've been meeting lately are part of, I don't know if this is a real term, I invented it, but I keep calling it cutoff culture, where like people who are willing, who don't want to work the problems out, but they immediately go, I cannot continue this friendship because you did something on Twitter I didn't like 10 years ago. And I mean, I guess we've been dealing with that for a while, but
social media is really chock full of tribalism.
Yeah,
and that tribalism, like, even in a very tiny form, just rears itself into just such ugly ways to where it's like, you didn't like the Sonic movie? Blocked.
I have friends that if I didn't like every aspect of the Mario movie, they try explaining for an hour. Well, no, the Jack Black scene with Bowser, I'm like, well, that scene, you know, there's no joke in it. It's just that he's singing the words Peaches over and over. I like the part where he goes, ah! And you can tell Jack Black's old throat got fucked up doing that. And then the guy will stop and then go, yeah, wasn't it great how many times he said the name Peaches and that he loved her? I never thought Bowser could play the piano. And then I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I just didn't love the movie. It was fine. Yeah, but I don't think you understand, because at the very end of the movie, and then you realize that
what I had to say, you're not allowed to dislike this movie around this person.
Your opinion is not, yeah. I like disagreeing about shit a lot more now that I'm older, too. It's like, it's fine.
Stephen says ratios are bad, too. You can have somebody at the completely salient and honest point, and then somebody go, ratio, and it's like, yeah, we all came here to click like on the thing so that it has the higher number, therefore, fuck your opinion, it's been invalidated. And it's like, oh, that's great, that's real productive.
I can
Nobody
be
wants
wrong
to understand each other.
Yeah. That's true. And
it's the only reason why I feel bad for movie reviewers.
Dude, I thought when I started reviewing shit, people would agree with me. And I also found out that when you review shit, people immediately start disagreeing with you about everything. They're like, I gotta go talk to the behemoth.
Yeah, and I also understand disagreements is just a form of conversation. Like, if I disagree with somebody, there's no back and forth, right? There's no train of thought. There's no like, experience traded.
Yeah.
But also, at least with media, you kind of just got to take people's opinions at face value because it's art and it's meant to be interpreted. And unless the person's really open to being criticized or having their thoughts, you know, challenged, they're just gonna go, no, I like the color green. It's like, yeah, but the color green's everywhere in this movie. Don't you think it's a little ugly? It's like, no, I like the color green. And what are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. Don't ever go into a conversation thinking that you can change somebody. Nobody in this world is entitled to change, and they don't respect change. So don't try that. Just go in, give what you got, and then if they disagree, you don't have to press. You know what I mean?
Block.
I'm gonna be right back. Get my food.
Go for it. I'm gonna take out these artillery pieces and hopefully not get my ass whooped further down the line. You won't be able to make any more of them, which will be good. But these tanks, that medium tank's gonna make my tanks here cry. Yeah, I would love an open, big old communication deal. It's just, here's another thing. Every person who's ever ran a community I've known eventually has the worst possible fucking luck. And if you want to look at the best one, Low Tanks. Oh God, Low Tanks got it hard. Like, knocked out by Yue Bowl because Yue Bowl's a dirty fighter. All the other stuff. Not that he was a flawless, like, angel. I'm not saying, oh, Low Tanks, let's bow to the altar of the granddaddy of internet, granddaddy of social media. No, but yeah, he definitely had a lot of enemies they didn't need to have just because people are like, you're in charge, well, fuck you. You're the reason so-and-so's allowed to exist, and so-and-so makes me sad, so you're so-and-so. That kind of stuff. It gets real obnoxious. What are you gonna do? Yeah, this game looks real nice in 4K. I just don't like how the audio cuts out between moves, but I suppose if I tested it more, I wouldn't have ran into that issue. I don't think we need to build another tank to take out that medium tank. We should just be able to blitz them from here.
It's time to take you down.
Crit, this won't work. You only got the medium tank.
Snipe attack.
Cool animation, though. Lupin the Third. It does kind of got a Lupin the Third look, doesn't it? So that's the difference between a medium tank in city and a regular tank on plains. Medium tank really does deliver a punch. But the more we chip away at it, the less that punch is going to hit. And hopefully, through enough attrition, we should be able to knock him down to the point to where he can't do too much. Although, then again, he is in city. But we will be able to get the artillery up on him, so it should be winnable from here. should be winnable from here. You know, weirder things have happened, but he's only going to get 1 turn per run, and we already got him down to 7 health. But you see the losses, right? That medium tank is destroying this stuff, and that city is going to regenerate its health a little bit too, which is just lovely.
Are you talking
Probably
about
should have built the medium. Stefan says activating CO powers gives a standard boost to attack and defense. Oh, neat. Welcome back, Brian.
Hey, were you talking about low tech?
Yeah. And why like being in charge of a community is the worst fucking thing you could ever do.
Fuck.
Elon Musk paid to do that.
And everyone hates him.
Yeah, well, of course, because if there's anything wrong with the platform, you can just point at that guy and go, he did it. So, like, even this even this stuff that's not his fault is now his fault.
I will say this about social media. I have changed all my political affiliations on every website to the opposite, and I now get good news on how my guys are doing. You know what I mean? Where when I originally had it set, say you're leftist and you only get news about what Trump's up to. Change it to right wing, you get all news of what Bernie's up to.
No, it's like, yeah, fucking stupid Bernie Sanders passed a law that makes it to where the homeless get more fucking housing. It's like, oh, nice.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're on that side of things, or if you're like on the right wing, it's like you're watching the Democrat thing. It's like fucking Donald Trump went to a rally and a lot of people showed up and they clapped. And you're like, oh, cool. Yeah, it's
exactly.
smart. I get it.
No, it actually worked really well, and I think I'm a registered Republican now. It says that on one of those, like, look yourself up websites, like, Brian is a registered Republican. And I'm like, oh, wow.
The way Isaac ordered the correction, in Advance Wars 1 and 2, it's actually just a defense boost. Interesting, though. And then you got Dual Strike and then Ruin. Something of Ruin.
This game looks like PS1.
No, it was DS, so yeah, it ought to.
Helmet and I always talk about when your roommate watches you play a video game and it's like PS2 and they're like, this looks like N64.
Yeah, I really loved it when I was playing Doom 3 and I was pointing out to my friend, look at these shadows at school, and it's like, this looks like a PS1 game. Like, fuck, I can't argue it because it's an opinion of how something looks, but I'm like, no, but you don't understand, there's more detail. It's like, I can't tell.
Yeah. That's very true.
And I can't tell if they're just being a dick or if they really mean it, so I'm just like, fine, I just have to accept your opinion at face value, you son of a bitch.
Well, it's just what it is now.
I'm gonna leave you on this smug guy while I grab another beverage, because I got a beverage forming.
Helmet talks all tough. He's a real sweetie. Oh, go.
Yeah, I am a sweetie. Hold on, before I get my beverage though, I gotta give a little thanks here to Sleepy Dog Zone and Molten Amber for paying for my beverages.
That's cool. Helmet's cool. He's my best friend. We're gonna start interjecting shots of my cartoon into these streams. I haven't told him yet. If he ever asks, you don't see him, but we'll just put entire clips and sequences in. Because I'm an animator. Anyone else an animator? Any animators in the stream?
Well, I got a question for you. Which one's more insulting? When they act like you're an essential worker for stocking shelves, or when they act like you're an essential worker for drawing cartoons?
They act like you're a fucking thief when you're a cartoonist. They treat you like a soldier when you're stocking a shelf.
That's sad. You know, for all the service industry shit that I hear and how it's like the worst job, you still get treated worse as an animator.
Let's put it this way. When I started working professional, I asked for $20 an hour. Nobody would match that rate. Nobody. I'm talking actual companies. And then every once in a while, one guy will be like, I have $5,000 to give you. And I'm like, okay, well, we can break that down. He's like, no, just take the $5,000 for the one video. I'm like, okay. But as an animator, it's always been like, all these people on Twitter, I have an idea and I just need to get it out there. Please link me to someone you know that's an animator. And Be like, all right, well, it's $20 an hour. It'll take 10 hours. $200? You're a dirty, rotten thief. I cannot abide by your laws. Explain what you're gonna do for me. And by the way,
Real
I
quick,
had a,
and we'll pivot back.
Yeah.
Mickey R says, my wife's trying to finish Heaven and Hell in DMC 5. Any words of wisdom or prayers? Be fancy. Be fancy and learn to dodge and block. And good luck. So back to what you're talking about. I've gotten so many offers as an actor. It's like, so we're gonna make this cartoon, right? And you just need to voice a few lines, and then once it's done, we'll pay you. And I've taken on like a dozen of those just as a gag, because I'm like, whatever. I'll just knock it out real quick. I won't even try that hard. None of them got finished. Not a single one. I'm talking like dozens, maybe even like 20 of them. Never got finished. So I did, just what a lot of them I reject, but none of them.
well, and we got lucky doing Chrisman because by the time I came to you, it was partially animated. By the time we showed it to James Rolfe, it was finished. And he was like, oh, it's already fucking finished? Yeah, here's my voice. I was like, wow.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I have a habit when people show me previews of stuff they're working on with my voice in it, I make sure to record it while it's happening just so that it's like, there we go. I have that.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'll just boot up OBS and just like, oh, yeah, let me screen share the thing I'm working on. I'm like, yep, okay, hit record. Oh. Because, they say screen share, they didn't share me the video file, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm wise to that.
That's fair. Anyone I've ever met that has like NDAs for their kids' books or whatever, they want you to see the kids' books. You know what I mean? They're not trying to hide it in a bunker.
You can't imagine an NDA for children's literature because, like,
I filled out.
What are the kids gonna get upset that like Baby Goose's first steps got leaked a week early? I was gonna watch Baby Goose's first steps, but then it got leaked a week early, and I fucking think that that's ridiculous.
They changed it to a duck. Night Studio, or not Night Studio, I'm sorry. Who wrote that? Sister A, I think wrote it. Yeah, do animators still do pencil tests? I don't.
No.
Yes. The answer is yes. People still do spec work. In fact, you're expected to. It's a work culture where you're expected to. Night Studio, Adobe Flash is the name of the software. It is Adobe Flash CS3. You can find it on Google for free download. Now it is known as Adobe Animate, which I use professionally, but
it's honestly a better name too.
It is weird how many years it took them to be like, oh, you animate on this?
Yeah, it was mostly used to push like spyware and porn, but then they're like, oh, they're using this to make movies? I guess we got to change the name now.
It's the software when you see Homer and Marge doing it on porn sites. That's what they use to make that.
It's so hard to those. I'm playing a Nintendo game, but this is about killing each other, so I don't feel bad for making adult jokes. Don't make adult jokes over Advance Wars, Hellbent. It's rated E for everyone. It's like they're killing each other with guns.
The amount of people dying is E for everyone.
Austin T, a member for 5 months. Show these guys what happens when you commence a jiggling. Come on, Brian. Everybody likes a jiggle.
Everybody likes a dance.
I don't know why I'm here.
Is that the Aqua Teen character?
Yeah, Jiggle Billy.
Everybody likes a jiggle. Maybe needs a big old chocolate Easter bunny.
He's the bunny.
I said maybe he needs a big old chocolate Easter bunny.
I kind of like that every turn there's a chance the game will crash. It gives me a little like roguelike element to it.
The game is cursed.
Nah, it's fine. Although, if it had an issue, I like Way Forward, and I think this is a very well done remaster. But it has frame rate issues on the Switch, and it's made in Unity of all things. And you'd think Nintendo could spare some of those cool in-house engines, but I'm sure it's far more complicated than I can imagine with my puny little brain.
It just seems easier to use Unity.
Yeah, and for this, I understand. Simple is good. But you'd still think they'd spec it for 60 frames on Switch. You'd hope.
For a Nintendo game on a Nintendo console.
Yeah, even off while emulating it. These scenes render at 60 frames per second, but the overworld stuff renders at 30.
Huh.
Because I guess having like 100 of these guys on the screen would cause the Switch to slow down. Why not just make these things like sprites? Why do these got to be 3D?
Why not
these
make
don't have to be 3D at all.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the remake, I mean, it's not like we're rotating the camera or anything here.
True.
Who's Cypher says Hunt Showdown's getting a new engine upgrade. I'll be signed up for that. The screen space reflections in that game are so fucking ugly. Okay, so they got anti-air missiles, they got helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers. The bombers are going to ruin my day if I don't have the anti-air to take care of them. They do a whole lot of damage. And I do have some anti-air. I got my own anti-air missiles right here. But they, well, it can be complicated with the air units. I remember this mission being the first one I had problems with way back in the day when I played this. Like, I can fly this transport helicopter over here to try to get this base before they do, but there's I'm not gonna say there's no way I could stop them, but I think I need to send my attack helicopter out for that at least, and maybe I could stop them. But they got 2 attack helicopters and 2 fighter jets, so if I send my helicopter up here, it's gonna get zorped. Maybe I could take out their infantry unit and make it easier on myself, but since I can't pull any anti-aircraft over there, I think it might be better just to let them have the base and try to work more towards this area. In fact, I'm almost completely sure of it now that I see a factory right here. I could have 2 factories. I'm gonna go for that. Just gotta think a little bit.
Why do schools have proms?
Nah, it's just a forced socialization thing.
Don't they know that's gonna make the kids all hot and bothered?
Yeah. So does Disney when they release their stupid weird stuff. What are you gonna do? That's just how. Nah.
Disney made the Jonas Brothers spray foam onto girls' faces.
For the family.
That's not a South Park thing. They really did do that. You can look it up.
I believe it.
Hubin, have you ever heard of a book called Go the Fuck to Sleep by Red Dragon Empress said that?
Yeah, it's like they had Samuel L. Jackson read it, and it's just like, go to fuck to sleep, you need to go to fuck to sleep, and it's like a meme book, like a joke book, and it's okay, I guess. It's a little corny if you ask me, but that's fine. I ain't listening to that to go to sleep, though. I get bitched at enough already. Why would I invite more of that in my life?
Sister A says, I don't think Brian went to prom.
Prom can be a nice thing.
Can it?
Nah, I skipped mine. I didn't care. I was like, fuck that. I got video games to play, man.
I went with a girl that I knew would become my wife and then didn't. But it wasn't bad. We had it on a boat. Yeah, we had it on a boat.
You should have tried harder.
And we had a very socially awkward friend who made them play the chicken dance 3 times.
She was supposed to be your wife, but you fucked it up.
I ruined everything.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in love with the same person at fucking 16 as when you're 35.
Just stick with it forever. It's the only way things will work out, you know.
When things get tough, you stay in the relationship. That's how Grammy and Grandpa did it, and now one of them's always dead. So on to my childhood. I was a product of divorce. And all the other kids were products of divorce at the time.
Yeah, I like when
What's
somebody's
wrong with
like,
you?
oh, my divorced family's what fucked me up. And it's like, I look around me, I'm like, everybody comes from a divorced family. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a divorce that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. Or like you had the odd friend whose parents were like, let's stay together till they're 18 at least, because we don't want them to get all fucked up. And those ones end up the most fucked up of all, though.
That's true. Because they've had to listen to, like, I was here Wednesday, It
Yeah,
wasn't.
I was hanging out with my friend who got all fucked up like that once, and we found his mom's back massager. And his mom walked in on me playing around with it, and she didn't stop me.
She's like, does that smell familiar?
Yeah. And then we were playing around, and we found his father's treasure chest, and we opened it up thinking it'd be gold, but it was full of like weird Korean hentai and laser discs with porno on them, and they were very fun to watch. I was interested. I'm like, oh, neat. That was neato
so
completo, as they say.
So when I was my mom put me in therapy after my parents split, which was long overdue, both things. But
I'm sad to see it didn't work, but you know what? It was an honest effort.
Exactly. But the therapist explained to me, she's like, "Did your parents divorce? Did it ever make you sad?" And I'm like, "No." She's like, "What makes you sad?" I'm like, "My dad pawned my Dreamcast."
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm a lot more normal than I gave myself credit for at the time, but like I knew a lot of kids who were like in high school whose parents split up and they were like crying over it, and they're like, "Why can't I just have the same great day every day?" And
why can't it be like TV families?
I am not a fucking mature person, but I know this now, being the product of being the product of divorce and having multiple breakups. No matter how much it sucks, the status quo does not have to be shitty. You can. If my parents had stayed together, which by the way, there is no if. The world is never about like, if this had happened. It's unfortunately.
Here's how I would have changed it.
Here's how I could have altered reality with my special powers. Don't have that. So anyway, you know, things didn't get broken as much when my parents weren't together, and that was very useful. And I made it through college, and then my family was like, "You need to move out." And I was like, "Okay." And now I live by myself, and I'm doing pretty good, and I'm happy. And
you can drink as much Diet Pepsi and beat off to your heart's content, and no one can tell you it's not right.
That has been my whole afternoon.
Diet Pepsi and jerk off. That's time well spent. You know, some people don't know how to live life, but Brian, he's living the life deluxe.
I gotta be honest, since I'm single now, it has actually been like sitting down, having a good JO sesh, or just sitting down and like being able to watch what I want. Like, convenient. It's nice. I very much appreciate it. And it'll go away. I haven't found anyone I love enough that I would live and poop in the same building as them, but it'll go away again, and life will continue.
It does get frustrating after a point.
But yeah, no, you get life. You used to life being one way for so long, and you know what I mean. But sometimes it is just nice to be in your room and be like, nobody's scratching my door, no one's asking me to go outside and do something. I'm gonna sit with Hellman and watch him play Advance Wars. And you know what?
Yeah, it was a solitude with the option for socialization, not for socialization. Never works. It always ends in submission, to where one person's miserable and the other person's either miserable or content. Never happy though.
No. Sis Day just wrote, she's too lazy to be in a intimate relationship.
That is a fair way to live, honestly.
That is actually completely legit. I wouldn't have thought that when I was younger. I would have thought that's an excuse, but
no, you work together and life gets easier. It's like, no, in a lot of cases, and they call these people drainers. They're people who, and not of their own fault. Like, I'm not saying this isn't meant to be derogatory, the term drainers.
Yeah. But
there are some people that really do go through the cycle of like, what's that Nirvana song? Like, I got a new complaint, and I thank you for all your words of advice. Hey, yeah, I got a new complaint. And it's that cycle of like, save me, but now I'm good, but now I need to be saved again, but now I'm not good, but now I need to be saved again. And it can destroy. It can just, it's so fucking obnoxious at times.
That's true.
Hey, wait, I got a new complaint.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's
I think it's heart-shaped box, Smirky Trick. I don't know, I had to look up the lyrics because I can't tell what the fuck he's saying.
I always thought it was someone who worked at customer support.
Hey, I got a new complaint. My Xbox 360 is broken.
There's a red ring and it's getting hot. Yeah. Yeah.
I got another confession to make. No, it's about like couples, because if you look at the music video, they got like a couple in the background just sitting there living a happy life, and they're all laying around on the bed looking melancholy.
Hang on, I'm gonna go look at the music video.
I mean, maybe that's not the meaning, but like deriving it from the music video, it seemed to be like the complaint loop between a couple, like how your dependence on each other can bring you both down. So if you get two trainers, if two trainers hook up with each other, right?
We need to watch this on the stream. This music video sucks.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
Oh, they're in front of like backdrops. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Kurt Cobain even ever wanted to make a music video in his entire life.
Oh
if you
yeah,
ask me.
that's not his business. Yeah,
I don't think he cared. So
there's a good music video I like called I really like this band Passion Pit, and I think the song's Carried Away, where it's like it's a new couple and the wife's bringing in like a cat, and the dude's like, oh, and she's like, he needs a home, and then it turns into them shouting, and they grab the words physically and start sword fighting with them. I like that music video.
It sounds funny. I like anything where couples are fighting and I'm not involved.
Night Studio says friends with benefits is better option. Not always
true. Be, unless they steal all your shit. Or accuse you of doing something fucking atrocious.
Yeah, it is actually kind of bad when you're around someone and they accuse you of something and you have no paper trail. Always keep a paper trail.
I don't know. At this point, it's like just less is more when it comes to people. The internet kind of fucked a lot of that up.
Yeah. I've had more relationship experience than I probably should have, but like... Oh, Siste says marriage equals dong jail. I like that. That's a Danny DeVito-ism almost. It was a dong jail! But like, you know, I still feel like I know nothing, and that's okay. Let's talk about incels. Elliot Roger, guys. What do you guys think of that guy? This is
I don't know
gorgeous,
who
man.
he is. I think we can just not talk about that person in specific. You got a different one, maybe?
No, he was the Virgin with Rage guy.
I know, but you got one that didn't like end people's lives.
Yeah, but then we're just bullying. Hang on. I got no one in particular that's like a funny... There was a YouTuber I used to watch that, like, whenever someone called him gay, he would make a video response. And I'm talking this like a year ago.
Well, that's fun. That guy's
And he was
definitely
like
gay.
Irish. He was Irish, and his eyes went two separate directions. And he'd be like, "Oh, so it is that I got a nice message from the Kiwi Farms, and I didn't appreciate it, so I decided to make this video, and I think they'll leave me alone forever now." And
yeah, I'll show him, give him attention. That'll get him to go away. That always works.
Yeah.
Nothing like giving a fresh dose of attention to people who really crave it from you to get them to shut up.
Nothing better to do. Nothing fucking better to do. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a superpower. It's like when Dale says,
more like freedom. Unlimited freedom.
Yeah, it's like Dale on King of the Hill. I have 3 phone lines and nothing but free time. Don't mess with me.
I feel like that's picking on, like making fun of a homeless person who knows where you live. It's like, man, I got nothing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm coming over to hang out.
It's like that article, the cracked article about like what it's actually like to be a prison guard, and they're like, the guards have families to go home to. These guys don't. Worst case scenario, they're back exactly where you both are, which means that they're gonna spend all day training to beat the shit out of you. Like,
you know, they got all the time in the world to just plot and scheme and think about the worst of the worst.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think time in a bottle is such an interesting concept. The script I've been working on is about that. And you start questioning, like, if you had unlimited time to do something, what would you do with it? And it gets really weird and freaky because then you start arguing, would they figure this out year 1 or year 5? All sorts of stuff like that. But how would you... There's a really good Black Mirror... I'm full of burps, I apologize. There's a really good Black Mirror where they put the ladies the lady wakes up inside like an egg timer basically, and then you see the person on camera like, this is your AI assistant, and they have all your thoughts, and if they start complaining, you just set a timer and freeze your time and have them go through 5 years. And then you just watch them go through 5 years of no one talking to them. And then The Simpsons did it recently. They did a Treehouse of Horror about it, and they did that with Marge. And then she doesn't have a plan by the end, so she just sets the timer even longer. And she's like, "That was a great 10 years to get some thoughts together," and that made me laugh really hard.
Oh, these
sorry,
bombers are such a fucking pain to deal with. Look at what he did to my anti-air.
Whoa, you're in the air. That's cool.
What you've done to Green Earth, I won't hold back.
Well, the deal with bombers is they're aircraft, and anti-aircraft works great on them. But if it's a bomber, it can just annihilate your anti-air like by a single unit. So if you don't strike first, you get whooped.
I guess Orange Faction is the one I should be rooting for. So
that's who I'm playing as. But guess what? They all become friends at a point. Can you believe it? It's almost like World War II, where everybody's hating each other. Then they're like, "Wait a minute."
Okay, I got some thoughts about war from the Muppet Show. I'm gonna just go with this. I watched an interview with Dave Goelz. You won't know who the fuck that is. That is the guy who plays Gonzo on the Muppets, the original guy. He was like an engineer for like Hewlett Packard, and he had this really good interview where he talked about like he became an engineer basically because Vietnam had happened, and he said as soon as they invented the nuke, like as soon as you could basically atomize humans in like mile wide radiuses and further, what's the point of having all those people line up and shoot each other when you're gonna have to sit down or get atomized? Those are your choices.
Well, there's things like the Red Cross and also NATO and UN and all that make up rules of engagement so that you can go have a war, but we super duper swear to not start launching nukes and using like VX nerve gas on each other.
Right.
Because you'd think like, oh, we got nukes, that's the end of it. No, they've been making nerve gases and all sorts of other poisons that are arguably more devastating than the nuke. If you let go of some of that nerve gas stuff, you could wipe out a city in seconds and all the infrastructure would still be there.
That's pretty crazy.
Right? So which is more powerful, the thing that annihilates the city or the thing that eliminates everything that's alive? And leaves everything else there for you to come and take.
You ever watch Terminator? It's
Yeah.
a really good little indie movie. Terminator, if they just, my grandpa always said, why didn't Skynet just release like COVID or whatever it was going to be, you know, just some sort of bio virus that would have stopped all the humans. And
Yep,
Skynet
that's the easiest way to get rid of them is how we handle rats. Of course, you would
true.
argue then how come rats aren't dead? Maybe that's what Skynet thought. It's like, yeah, poison doesn't work. Look, they tried it on rats forever. Didn't work.
No, that's a good point. I'm still mad that there were ants in my room, and I bought like $20 worth of ant traps, and now there's no more ants in my room. They didn't even get to the traps.
Yeah, they saw. They're like, oh shit, he's got ant traps. So get out of here, boys.
All right, boys. Oh man. I told someone Terminator was a low budget slasher movie, and they were telling me I'm a liar. Like he was getting mad about it. Terminator is technically like they were stealing shots.
It is pretty much a slasher movie, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's an unkillable machine out to kill a girl and the dude that's helping her along the way.
Yeah, and
This
the
day,
more
does
the
Brian
machine
still
kills, the
come
more hyped
alive?
up it gets. Does a real good job of hyping up how cool the machine is and how strong and badass it is.
Sister A, my answer is there's probably more food on the floor than in my mouth. I'm bad about cleaning up. Hellbent's better than me, but we give our friends who do YouTube videos with their desks like stacked with water bottles. We give them so much shit. And then if I'm ever on camera, well, no, if I'm on camera, Hellbent's like, nice Coke can collection. Like,
He had 5 Diet Pepsis sitting there that were drank and not in the trash can.
I sure did. And now I have 8.
For some reason, that doesn't bother me as much as the water bottles, though. It's like, why would you start a new water bottle without finishing the other one? It's water. It doesn't go flat or anything. You know, it's like, what are you in the rush for? It's like, no, gotta open another one. So when I see like multiple full water bottles, it's like, oh, is that one too stale for you? Do you not like your own backwash? Maybe don't backwash into it if you don't like that.
Yeah. This day since you spilled sugar soda under the fridge. The most angry I was ever at with my ex was she knocked, because we'll leave Cokes on the floor or whatever, but I always drink diet, so you just mop it up. She spilled a fucking regular Coke and it went down to like the internals behind my gaming PC. I wasn't happy. I've done that with orange juice in my life. And she didn't mean to, it was just a Coke that fell over, but it's like once the syrupy sticky shit, like when I was moving out like 2 years later, even then I was still finding Coke like piled up on the floor because it just congealed. Sugar soda sticky grosses me out.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Oh, life.
Okay, so he got a base and he's building tanks and artillery, but he has no more air units, and I'm the one who has the helicopter.
Yeah.
And I'm about to hopefully get one over on him in a few other ways. I might want to send the helicopter after. Yeah, okay, I got a strategy lined up. It's going to require me to kind of sack a tank here, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to send my attack helicopter up north to harass that tank off by its lonesome, then capture their HQ, which is very far away from their factory, and they won't be able to get there in time to stop me, hopefully. Given enough luck.
You can do it. My mom, guys, chat, my mom would smoke like the first third of a cigarette and then just put it out.
Oh, that's a struggle. That right there is a struggle.
My dad had a rolling.
I think I've been there more than once in my life to where it's like, the cigarette ain't doing it, and then you light up another one anyways, because like, oh, well, maybe another one.
I'm like that with food. I've had enough Whoppers this week. Where it's like I'm not really hungry, but I'm eating. That's not fucking healthy.
I only get like that if I like want to prepare for something. It's like, it's gonna be a long day, dude, and it's like, yeah, and you're gonna be working the entire time, and you're gonna be too busy to eat anything. It's like, yeah. So you get the large fries.
Yeah, I've dealt with eating disorders my whole life, and by that I mean I fucking love food. I've tried weed, I've tried Oxy, I've tried Klonopin, I've tried...
Oh, Brian, you're prescribed? Come on now.
Oh, I was prescribed all those things. And,
Brian misspeaks once in a while, you see.
Yeah, I was prescribed weed, and I was prescribed drain cleaner.
Yeah, shoot heroin in the bathtub.
I used to shoot heroin in the bathtub. I've never... No. But those, you know, I've tried some medium stuff. I've never done, like...
Medium stuff, okay.
I get,
sure,
you know
the
what?
DEA would agree with that one.
I was a DA coming to me.
That's some medium stuff like crack.
Crack's the world ender. Crack and crystal meth. And
if you haven't done crack, how can you even say that you've lived?
That you've tried drugs, yeah. But no, what I'm saying is that there's things that you can tell the person very plainly is on them. And me, it's food. It's just always been food. Drinking, drugging, none of that has made any difference. Weed would make me eat more molten amber. I don't. It's just always been food.
I don't think weed's the cure all that people say it is, but it's better than a lot of the other stuff that they try to like prescribe to you. I've had friends who were put on things like Percocets and stuff like that, and while it did help them with some of their symptoms, they became like different in a worse way. This is the best way I can put it.
Yeah, you don't always move forward. Sometimes you move to the left. No, I'll say something else horribly incriminating, but
it's your life.
I know. No, what I'm getting at is no drug has ever made me as happy as food. I just like the taste of food. And that losing 100 pounds in my life was a very difficult thing, and I did it with the aid of no drugs. But fuck if I didn't. It was such a hard thing to kick, And every once in a while, I see myself slip back into food, and I meet people with disorders like, I don't deserve to eat. And I'm like, how do you feel that way? Teach me. Which isn't cool, but like, how do they have those abilities? How do they know to
I
look
can
at
tell you,
something?
I went through a period to where I only ate like one turkey sandwich a day.
That's so awesome. How was it?
Well, you first of all, it fucks you up and you're tired all the time and you say a lot of dumb shit and your brain kind of melts. But
Like me?
you eventually kind of flash over and you just don't want to eat. And the thought of like drinking a soda makes you sick, and like, you know, any of that, all the sugary stuff, all the food, it just becomes like it becomes another obstacle. Also, like, you don't poop for like 3 days at a time, and it's really saves you a lot of time. So if you're busy, if you're really constantly busy and having a lot of fun with the stuff that you're busy with, yeah, it's very easy to not eat. I remember I was like doing GameStop and like learning, you know, art and doing a whole lot of other stuff. So the time it took for me to like eat, like, I was saving money, I was saving time, and I was doing just fine. But
You really don't need to eat as much as
eventually
you do.
I could see my
Pleasurable.
rib cage. That's when it became an issue. It's like, okay, this is not equitable.
There are friends that could see my, I think at my most I was like 230. I was 260. It was something crazy. And I'm one of those dudes who grows outwards, not sideways. Like, so I could, if I looked on straight into a camera, I looked fine, but it was like not a way to live. And then I made it down to $140. And 140 pounds on me, you could see my ribcage through my shirt. And people started accusing me of being on heroin. And I was like, I have not been on heroin recently, so why would you? No, I just, it was weird. People were very concerned. I didn't feel good about myself anymore. But I was impressed that I could do it. It's nice to impress yourself sometimes.
Lightest I got was about 190, and my rib cage was completely visible.
Well, you gotta be way taller than me.
I don't know. I hate when you're like, I'm so tall. You sound like it's not impressive.
Yeah. No,
You know what I mean? It's only
your ass.
impressive if you're about to do some heavy labor for someone or they actually need something like that. But about 190, skin and bone. Not skin and bone though. I had muscle still. Like, thankfully, enough muscle definition and all that my body didn't eat itself completely. But the one turkey a sandwich a day diet, boy, do you melt them LBs fast. But you melt your sanity too. And that was the thing. I was like leaving my house with my shirt off and not realizing it. You know,
That's
that
funny
kind of
that you
stuff.
say that. I remember the first time I ever tried fasting when I was really heavy. I remember having like a Diet Coke in my hands, and I just dropped it, and it like spilled everywhere.
Tune up.
And I was like, I don't know how to process. Like, what do I do now? Do I clean it up? Do I?
Hyper repair.
And every time I think about that now, I think about being on one of your streams or like hanging out with friends, and I'm like, I don't have the time to put myself in a stupor ever again, you know?
I wouldn't have the energy to do streams back when it was a one turkey sandwich a day thing. Yet I could do sales at GameStop because it was all bullshitting people. It's like, welcome to GameStop, where you buy, sell, and trade used games. This is so-and-so. Would you like fries with that? And
Yeah,
I could
exactly.
just, prescribed response to everything said to me. Very easy, very simple.
Thank you, drive through.
Like a drive through. Yeah, pretty much.
I'm very fortunate, guys. If you're ever looking for work, GameStop, Night Crew's always good. Anywhere.
Night Crew is great. If you're
Night Crew's great if you can do the hours.
if you can do the hours, and if you don't like require like if social interaction isn't something that you crave in labor.
Yeah, you get to choose your social interactions. You can go work with people or away from them. It's kind of nice. I like seeing these guys in the sky. That's cool.
And yeah, this game's got little fun visual elements to it. It can be a heavy strategy game, but as far as strategy games go, it's actually kind of light. It's a little on the easier side.
That's cool.
It has some teeth. Later ones, the Advance Wars Days of Ruin is a bit more serious. It's like a post-apocalyptic kind of affair. And those maps get way, way, way harder, and that's fun. But I also kind of like the casual nature of like, look, I'm routing them out. They got the factory, but if you go over here, you can see them taking over their command base, and this helicopter was blocking the path of their tank, so they couldn't attack the infantry. So I've already won. In fact, I could have won way earlier, I realize now, in hindsight. But this is one of those games that you would try to get S ranks on, too. It's like, well, I'll go back and do it perfect.
That makes sense.
You can also skip the animations, but every time I played this game, the animations skipped. It always felt like it was so fucking soulless.
I know what you mean. Well, here's a hot take from Brian. I've never liked the RPG element of Pokemon because I find that Pokemon, once you have to start selecting buttons, I get kind of bored. As opposed to like, you know, Mario, you do the jump, you do the punch, you do the kick, whatever. Or like in Smash Bros, you know, you have your different kinds of attacks. I never liked in Pokemon. It's like, all right, you got a drop-down menu now. So essentially, you're just selecting what you need. Which, I mean, that's just RPG stuff. But then the characters don't move or animate. Maybe
I thought it was
like
really cool for the Game Boy, but they had to fit that on like a 1 megabyte Game Boy cart.
Yeah. And then they were doing that up until very recently. Whatever my ex had was the good one. It was, but they were like fully animated in whatever. Pokemon, God, what was, what's the Switch one? It was good. I like that. They finally got there. Oh, what? Best Buy's selling the Smart Ring. What does it do?
What's the Smart Ring?
I don't know. Is it a wrist? I thought it was a ring. Is it a wristwatch?
I guess a ring that tells you the time would be handy, but I also have a cell phone.
That guy?
It's $350. Why would you buy one?
I can understand being like a tech nerd and just wanting to have like wearables.
Yeah.
But it seems like all the wearables aren't worth it. Like if you wear Google Glass, everybody just assumes you're recording them and they get like indignant with you.
Yeah.
Also heard it's giving people like massive like motion sickness and headaches too. But you know, like the key thing about a wearable is that it needs to either be unseeable or just lightweight, and there aren't too many good wearables. We still haven't quite hit that yet. The cell phone kind of covers it, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't understand wearables. What I've noticed with wearables, like I tried the iPhone, or what's the Apple Watch? I tried the Apple Watch 5, maybe, thinking they would have it ironed out. Frame rate's still really low. It's hard to fit a battery and shit in there, but it didn't. I have a Fitbit now. I have whatever the Fitbit with the full color screen, and they haven't made many great ones because it comes down to like, you want to see that data on your wrist, how many steps and all that. But then also, the issue gets to be, you can't do much more with that data. So all it can do when they sell you a new one is that it's better at tracking, right? It's like when you get a new Apple product and it's so incremental that it's like, you know, oh man, and now the screen's 10% better color density. And it's like, all right, that's cool.
No,
But then, like,
there's an
when a new-
upgrade for my phone. It's like, and the the processor is twice as strong. It's like, that's only going to be useful for people who are playing like 3D video games on their cell phone. And doesn't that mean it'll just drain more power anyways? Why not put twice as much battery in there? I don't know, something.
Well, it's like, at least with Samsung, you get Samsung. At least with like Android shit, you get more variety of it, right?
Yeah.
I am sure I fucking need it. True professional here.
Let's see. Oh, hey, Garg. And Stefan says, I think Advance War 1 has the hardest campaign because it's mostly pre-deployed bullshit. That's true. You don't get too many choices. When you can pick your units, you can really, really break these maps. I do not need to refresh your course on C units. Thank you. I know how submarines work.
Do you need me to explain?
I like no because she asked you whether you want to have stuff described to you. It's like, no, I'm good. And then she's so impressed. She's like, wow, your dick's so huge. I'm like, yeah, it is.
Nope.
I like their motion to any way they move.
It's got that form look to it.
But it reminds me of like a shitty Flash game, but it's much better animated.
I agree. Yeah, it's what WayForward does. You should see some of the. It's like is Shantae the mermaid fight. The mermaid fight in Shantae is like It's like the ultimate study on that. Like they really knock it out of the park with that character.
That's really cool. Man, look at you go.
A little water effect when you hit something, a little splash. That's nice. So yeah, battleships, they're sea-based artillery and they're really, really, really dangerous. You can also tell submarines to dive, which is smart. Means they can sneak up on stuff, but they can only dive for so long it uses up fuel. I'm gonna go ahead and tell them to dive. Which takes up a turn, so you can't just dive then move. That'd be cheap.
That would be really funny. Dive now, go over here.
Oh god, it'd be so fucking annoying.
The bad guys did it again.
So you can see the layout of this map. If I protect these cities, we can stack tanks in there and they'll be able to hold up pretty well. But these battleships will bombard them and we have a medium tank and a piece of artillery to contend with.
Yeah.
Also, we have no factory, so if I lose a unit, it's just gone. However, we do have a lander. And their little HQ is right there, but it's guarded by artillery, medium tank, and a regular tank. They got a lot. They got a big advantage, but I do have the submarine. So if I can take out their battleships, my battleship will rain artillery down over everything, and I'll do just fine.
Yeah.
So my strategy here, at least for what I see here, considering we're about to be attacked immediately, is take these cities, bunker up, conquer the sea, and then rely on the kick-ass battleship to bombard them. So hopefully any press they make forward is rough, and then if they deplete their forces, throw a guy inside the lander and then sneak over here and take their stuff, if possible. I'm going to think about it a little bit here, because I got nobody who can immediately reach the city. None of my infantry could. I could put somebody in APC and drop them off there, but well, we're in range of the enemy here, and I would like to get first strike, and I could get first strike, and I probably ought to. So I guess I'm going to go for the first strike, even though it's kind of counterintuitive. You'd think you wouldn't want to. In this case, I can tag their medium tank, and we really want to do that. You got this game for your OLED Switch? Hell yeah, Raccoon Owl. This game's great. Vote for the best Advanced Wars faction. Does it count on how they look? Oh, yeah. I do like how each faction has unique looking units, but they all function the same. It's nice little artistic touches like that that make it fun and interesting to look at. God, I hate to do a head forward attack like that, though. Is there a better way? I don't think so. Yeah, no, we gotta go in. Sometimes you just gotta let your nuts hang, you know what I mean? Good night, Red Dragon Empress.
What are you guys doing on my block?
Yeah, this game's got a real addictive, laid-back quality to it. Like, it's strategy, and it challenges you, but you don't have to think too hard. There's room for error, which is a big difference. Well, a lot of the Western-developed ones, like XCOM, they are very hard by design. Even when you put it on easy, it's like, it's just not fair. There are some fights you just aren't going to win. To where here, you're expected to win them. It's a puzzle to figure out. It's more of a puzzle game than a strategy game in a lot of ways. And I appreciate that about it.
It looks so much like the Mario 3 world map, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, it is a Famicom game. Nintendo made the originals. Huh. I think Intelligent Systems always worked on it. It's the Pokemon company that did this, basically.
Bye, Sister A.
Good night, Sister A. So if I park an RV up here or a tank, I can, I can prevent them from circling around and messing with artillery, and I can place some artillery in a position to where I could tag them if they stay there and decide to attack. This tank can loop around there, so I gotta block them off. So I hate to put the APC up as a sacrificial lamb, and I don't think it has the reach to do that, actually. That's unfortunate, so maybe I can't do that. Let's see. How does this tank get there, though? I guess I could block it with artillery, but that seems counter. Oh yeah, Max's artillery sucks. Yeah, I might want to. This artillery unit is that bad. Oh, found my sacrificial lamb then. All right, that blocks off this tank, so they can only go so far. And rockets are good for just about everybody, so I want to go ahead and put it in an advantageous spot, which I believe will be right in front of this building, because I'm going to get for now. And I'd put our artillery, or I'd put the APC in front of it or whatever, but we're just going to get hit if we do that. Oh, yeah, wait. I'm going to move that. I may as well load it up. And I'm going to need to put one infantry inside a little boat.
I like that they're little Fisher-Price dudes.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's got like a plastic look to it. I think that's a nice choice. It's something the Switch can render, and it doesn't look entirely off-putting. And there's tons of war toys out there. Tons of them. I know that Max is voiced by Aaron Hansen. Oh, that's cool.
Aaron who? No,
The Game Grump.
The Game Grump. Why doesn't he animate anymore? I won't watch him until he starts animating again.
That's because his wife, of course.
His wife.
If any internet content creator has a wife, they've ruined the product. I demand all my content creators to be alone and to be a slave to their ideas. Slave to their creations.
The fury of nature.
I like how when the animation comes up, you can see some artifacting because the emulator's not quite sure it's working on it. It's handling it pretty good, though, all things considered.
Yeah. Sleepy Dog Zone said dang wife. I thought he wrote dong wife.
Yoko Ono of the group.
I know. Yeah. I was just thinking Danny DeVito when I heard dong wife. Like Yoko Ono of the group.
Dong wife means something totally different than that, but you know, it's not my business.
Different strokes for different folks. To each his own.
Hanging and banging.
Oh, Ego Raptor did put out a video. That's crazy.
Oh, he does. People just give content creators, especially animators. Animators get a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
If you did it as infrequently as he did, I bet it would be fun all the time, though. You know what I mean? You're never forced to go work in Flash when you're Aaron, because you could always just make like 50 Game Grumps episodes.
This is true.
And that's the fun of it too. Is animation is an odds game of delayed gratification. Once you start doing it, you're like, this will be really funny. Hopefully in 3 months. Then by the time it gets to people, you could be late on the draw, or it just might not be very funny. So your response rate is very shitty.
Well, with animation, especially internet animation, parody is king. So if you have an original idea, well, you already fucked up.
Yeah, I made the mistake of having. I'll be back in a minute. Original idea.
Hate to force those dive-ins with all these battleships up on me, but it's just what I'm stuck with. Yeah, I feel like I botched it with these battleships. I probably should have charged in or dived immediately. Hard to say. This is one of those maps where you kind of take a wallop no matter what. But if I can go in and finish that medium tank, that'd be nice too, and we could definitely do that. But I'm gonna maximize my movement here so we can take out this tiny tank or damage the artillery. I guess less pieces on the board is better, but I'd hate to have to focus all my heavy attacks on the artillery when I could just tap it with the tank. This big guy here is only going to be able to move so far, so let's use the big guy on the tiny tank. Yeah, okay, it makes sense to me. Oh, I just crashed the game. I can tell by the audio. There it goes. Oh, yeah, that's me wanting to play on an emulator. Well, at least it's a turn-based game, so getting it back up again ain't too much work. I find it really weird when people like vehemently defend the game companies and go, "You shouldn't emulate anything. You shouldn't. It hurts. It hurts them. I can feel Nintendo's soul crying. I can feel Sony's." Nobody says it about Microsoft though. You emulate a Microsoft thing, everybody's like, "Yay, fuck them! Yay, fuck them! Emulate Halo, yay!" And Microsoft tends to not care too much either, I suppose. But well. I don't know. It's kind of like saying, "Don't pirate a Disney movie. If you do it, Mickey Mouse is gonna starve to death." Well, Raccoon, I can't move then fire the artillery, so I have to just use the spacing that I got. I love to defend it. But as it is, I'm not going to be able to defend myself too much with this. We're just going to get bombarded here, especially by those battleships, which, yeah, this could go south real easy. I can understand Nintendo being angry and just like attacking people. That makes sense to me. What I don't get is like the super big mega Nintendo fan. And I think it's like some kind of weird, like, well, if you are doing it, then I'm not getting it, and I'm the big Nintendo guy. I'm the best. I love Nintendo so much that I'll do anything to protect my dear, sweet, precious Nintendo. And it's like they don't really need you. You're being dumb. Actually, it might not be a bad time to retreat, but I think I may have lost my opportunity for that now that it's winter time over here. I just really don't want this medium tank to get away from me here. But I'll probably be making a sacrifice no matter what in that respect.
You win yet?
In for a penny, in for a pound, going for the attack.
Oh, this looks fun.
It's dry, but it's fun. I've yet to run across a strategy game that's like super interesting, but fun. Now, yeah, it's fun. This is a good game to like. Oh, well, what was good about this on the Nintendo SP, the Game Boy Advance SP, is it was a little clamshell that fit in your pocket.
Yeah.
So I could play like 5 rounds and then close the son of a bitch and put it in my pocket, go about my day, then pick it out and go, what am I going to do next? And do a few more moves and put it back in my pocket. I can't do that with a Switch because the Switch takes up too much batteries, has a fan in it, and is too big for my pocket.
Very big.
So a lot of what made this great to play on the, Game Boy Advance SP isn't good with the Switch. In fact, I'd argue that this is a game that Nintendo should have released on cell phones. It'd make a lot more sense.
I'm amazed it isn't on cell phones.
Well, you know, it can be.
They might even make more money.
I heard that the Mario Kart like game on the cell phone and the Mario game on the cell phone is literally there just to maintain brand awareness for Nintendo products. Like that, it's not about making money with it. It's about like, no, they need to know Nintendo exists.
They do that with J.C. Penney's on old abandoned highways. They don't make money at those stores. It's just so you know they're there.
Yeah, I got to keep the brand alive, or else people will forget. And the next thing you know, someone else will do what you did, but equal or better. And goodbye money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to coax them into attacking this APC. They like to go after units like this, and if they do, it's one more attacking unit that doesn't get wiped out. A good part of this game is tricking the AI into attacking things that you don't care about. But I guess that's War 2 cannon fodder. It's like, yeah, kill them. Oh, not those guys. I love them the most. Really, it's like, no, please do kill them, actually. I don't care.
Whatever you do, don't do that. Don't send pizzas to my house.
Love pizza.
That's such a weirdly specific one.
I mean, they're paying for it. It's
Yeah,
just
I mean,
the only issue with that is like then all of a sudden the pizza places around won't deliver it to you anymore because they're like, look, I'm tired of delivering 1,000 pizzas to your house just because some affluent person decided that it would be funny for you to have 1,000 pizzas every day. You know?
Someone with unhealthy amounts of time.
Yeah. Ah, jeez. This thing needs to be cannon fodder. So I need to put it
I need
away.
about 1,000 each.
There we go. That might trick them into attacking things that I don't care for, but this is still not a... I think making the submarines dive was a mistake, but we will be able to zone in on those battleships eventually, and hopefully sneak in an infantry unit down to their command center, which would be the easiest way to win.
I'm proud of you.
I think this is about all I played on my Game Boy Advance SP. It's like this and Doom 2.
How did Doom
Didn't need
run on
much
a
more
Game
than
Boy?
that. They had the Pokemon games, but oh yeah, see, look, they're attacking the fucking APC. Good.
How did Doom run on the Game Boy Advance?
Really well. Like they did a good job. You'd expect it to run poorly, but no, it actually runs really well. I wouldn't play it now because it's like, you know, 15 frames per second. But back then, like, 3D in my pocket and a battery that lasts for 9 hours that's rechargeable with a backlit screen, that was the shit. And it controlled good, all things considered.
All right, I'm watching someone play it. Oh, wow. It looks like Doom when I played it on my computers at home almost.
Yeah, it's close. It's pretty damn close. A little fuzzy, but better than the SNES version.
Was that? I never played that one either.
They did their best.
You sound like Mike Judge. Those guys are trying their best over there. God. Did all our animator friends leave? I think we lost them all. Mike Judge telling the animators, "Oh, you did the best you could," is still one of my favorite things.
Roll, tanks, roll. Max force.
I don't mean to be judgmental, but roll tanks roll isn't really, you know, maybe it's a direction problem. If the guy's big and boisterous, he'd be like, roll tanks roll, you know?
Yeah.
Like a little bit of to it.
Roll tanks roll.
Instead of roll tanks roll. Sounds like
It stinks. It stinks.
it sounds like John Lovett's Little. You're not wrong. It
I thought
stinks.
SNES Doom had music. There is a Doom port that I think it's the 32X doesn't have music. I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, the 32X one has music. It's really bad, but it's the 3DO port. No, was it 3DO or one of those weird systems that nobody liked? Not the 3DO. I think the 3DO had like a
Jaguar.
Yeah, the Jaguar one had no music. The 3DO one had music that was done by the band of the guy who like wanted to make the game, and it was pretty much made. The whole game was made for like no profit. The guy just really wanted to put his band in there, which is actually kind of admirable.
Let's be real. Everyone we've ever met who's made anything people like, they always go, just do the thing I really want. Oh.
Yeah, so
I'm making
I
Helmet
give him
watch,
credit. It's like, hey, what I want to do is have my band in a cool video game, and I love Doom, and they went for that. Yeah, I can't blame them.
All right.
Of course, the game was a failure. It also was gonna have like CGI cutscenes, and there's like images of like a guy in a demon suit and like the guy playing the Doom guy, and like death
shot it on,
scenes.
I think they even shot it on film. They exist somewhere. There's film stock of it.
Unfinished. It was just test film, like
Oh,
proof
okay.
of concept
Yeah, but
style
that's cool.
stuff.
I hate pre-renders in that kind of way. It's a cool idea though.
Cool idea,
Doom's a
money
weird
wasn't
one, 'cause
there.
it-
Yeah, it goes. Same old story as it always is.
It's like whenever you see something called Band Wars on something, it's like a remake usually, right? Or like Doom might be. It's so weird that just the name Doom encompasses so many versions of the same game.
And yet they're all
You
pretty
never see Super
consistent all
Mario
around. Like
Bros.
there's not like a weird.
Same game, yeah.
I can't think of any weird version of Doom that's like, oh, here's the funky version where everything looks different. Like they always use the same sprites.
Own the same game. It's true. I remember my computer couldn't play Doom, so I bought a GTX 1080. And that's a really funny thought now. That was the big game at the time. My Switch fucking plays it.
Hey, you know, I'm being
Doom
Mr.
was
Critic
great
here,
at
but I didn't like Doom Eternal as much as I liked the old. Doom 2016 was kind of fun. Doom Eternal was kind of fun. I'm not saying they're bad or anything, but
Yeah.
I would have liked one in the old style, and I'm sad that we're probably never going to get another one in the old style because it's been decided that no, that's not the good way to do it.
Hey, same thing happened to Sonic.
Yep.
We're gonna make one throwback and then you never get a follow-up.
Flirth
keep
wants a
porting the
nightmare
same
run
game.
on Classic Doom. I do a nightmare run on Classic Doom, and maybe I will in the future, but I got to have like a lot of energy and motivation for that because that is a very hard thing to do. When people play Doom on Nightmare, they make it look easy, but you got to memorize everything. It is a speed run.
We should do streams that are just like fucking around with console games. Like, I would love one that's just all like Marble Madness and other weird Sega ports.
Be a good time.
Did you know that I learned this from Mark Cerny from Crash Bandicoot, but he said, I think it was Mark Cerny, he said every single Sega Genesis is just Altered Beast. Like that's the model they built the whole system off of, is the arcade version of it. So whenever you play a Sega game on the Genesis, it's basically built around that one game, Altered Beast.
I can see that.
I guess makes
now I got a quandary. I can take this medium tank and knock this one regular tank off the board, and that will benefit me. But it's going to put it in the line of fire of potentially 3 or 4 artillery units.
Yeah, or
And another tank. Or I could send it back to where they'll have to move forward to get it. And I could also hang out one of these cities to where I get defense and regeneration for that tank. And I can hold on to it as like a last bastion as I try to finish this sea off. Because I got the sea advantage. I'm going to knock out these 2 battleships next turn.
yeah.
But they're going to get a chance to take a whack at me. I'm not going to have any recourse.
I guess I go
So-
with the first option. Knock that dude
Attack.
off.
Okay.
I don't know.
Why not? They still die.
Oh, Sleepy said that I just described the mystery streams
What
when
way?
I described like maybe we could just do like a whole night we'd play Sega.
Oh yeah, no, I'd love to boot up just nothing but Genesis and just go through the list of games. That'd be fun. You know, once one gets bored, boom, swap it, boom, swap it, boom, swap it.
Do people pay for that? That's what I do when I invite you to my house. Is I'm like, look how well it plays Marble Madness.
Nah, but at least with like Sega Genesis, there's the Kega emulator, so we could actually do 2-player games.
Oh, does it do that? That's cool.
Yeah, they've had online emulation, like online multiplayer emulation for the Genesis for quite some time.
That's cool. We could do that.
They had it for Sonic the Hedgehog on Steam, but then they delisted the Genesis like Classics Collection version of it and then put up that Sonic Reboot thing. So now you can't do 2-player Sonic the Hedgehog over Steam when you used to be able to for free.
The only advantage to Sega doing that is I do like the widescreen ports of the game. It's very unusual to see a widescreen version of a game from '91.
It's just weird they didn't put in the share play thing that was in their previous version. That, you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't have taken them anything extra to do that, I don't think.
Wait, you're telling me Sega might have made some bad choices? They've made the fucking game blurry. There was no pixel rendering. Remember, you have to get the plus version to get it to render in like 1080, or else it'll just be completely blurry like a bad emulator.
Blizzard!
I hate that. I understand they need to like resell this game somehow that people like trade around on floppy disks, but you know, that's not the way to do it. You gotta add value to it. Don't subtract value and then like re-release it.
Remember
Double O
Shock
Agent played through a Gold Knight. Ooh, Damien Wolf, that's rough.
Remember Shock in his review for the game said he's like, maybe if we give them money now, they'll make a third version that has like chaotics and all the.
If we reward them for mediocre products, maybe they'll make good products to treat us.
I know.
For being so good. For being good little pay piggies.
Just give them all your money.
Oh, here comes the pain.
Right.
No, we still kept the heavy tank out of that, so we're not sitting too ugly here.
You're doing it, buddy. You're making your dream come true.
Yeah, their battleships are weakened, and again, when they take damage like that, they do less damage, so even if it doesn't knock them out entirely, it will just basically reduce them to only being able to chip away at my units, which is great. So we're gonna tap their battleships, which are the main harassers out there, and thankfully these battleships were targeting that relatively useless artillery unit and the APC, which is great because I'd prefer that they did that. And we're also gonna capture a building here. Probably not, damn. Well, it does keep the enemies distracted. They do want to stop me from doing this, so that's something. I'm gonna put this tank over on our HQ. Hopefully it'll get some health back. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win these cities.
My dad had a Sega Genesis, like, that had like a cradle that it went into, and it had like stereo sound, I remember, that you could like output to a headphone jack. God, that was weird.
I remember there's a Mega Drive adapter for, or not a Mega Drive, I'm sorry, a Master System adapter for the Sega Genesis, and that was pretty neat.
That's really cool.
Yeah, you can play those cheap Master Drive or Master System games. The Master System games had really weird covers that had awful art on them, like really bad art. And then there's the Rambo game. So all these Master System games have terrible art on them, but then the Rambo game has Sylvester Stallone on the cover. So
That's
it's like
funny.
this one just stands out so heavy. I don't know if that's smart or just weird.
Remember having like, I think it was the Addams Family on there. There's so many weird like spin-off. Like
I'm taking the
movie
first
into-
shot against this medium tank. If I hit it now, it'll be weaker. I'm gonna get hit with an artillery shot, but I think I'll come out of this ahead since I got a battleship in tow and tank regenerating, and maybe I'll be able to pull through on this. It is a risky attack though. I'm gonna do it anyways.
God, I wonder what the add-on for the Sega Genesis was.
Which one? There are tons of them.
There was one that my dad had that just looked like a tray that you set it into, and it had like auxiliary sound out and shit. Trying to see if I can find it.
It could have been a third-party deal.
Yeah, I wonder what it's.
You just
It must have been.
imagined it. It's not real.
Oh wait, maybe I found it. They had a thing that was just like a black box, basically. Maybe that was it. God, look at that thing. It's classic.
I can't shoot with the rocket, so I may as well move it, but should I move it forward or backwards? They're going to team up on that anyways. I guess having the potential to hit them with something might not be bad.
Oh, maybe it was just the Genesis Model 1. Okay. It's only 150 bucks right now.
Just 150 bucks for some
I'll buy
outdated
two.
bullshit technology. Sign me up.
That you can't fix when something goes wrong.
I think I got
Holy
one
shit.
just like laying around at the old house.
That sounds right.
Along with the Dreamcast. I don't care.
Remember-
Whatever.
I remember when I was really little, they put my Dreamcast up in the upstairs. Like, the upstairs, what do you call it? There's like a little secret shelf compartment. And they were like, alright, Brian, you'll get the Dreamcast back when you start acting right. And I kept going, the Dreamcast is up there in the thing. Like, have I been good enough? And they're like, no, don't worry about it. And then, like, 10 years later, my grandpa was like, hey, remember when you said the Dreamcast was up there? I was like, yeah. And he's like, here you go. I'm like, wow, I can do nothing with this now. It wasn't
Yeah,
an
now that
attic.
it's
it was,
useless to you,
oh,
I think you deserve it.
I think you just forgot. Yeah, just because it was so high up. It was one of those like really high up cupboards that you couldn't. You need a ladder to get to. You could set something up there, but once it's up there, it's gone. Like, I'm not getting a ladder, Brian. And then I learned about emulators, and ever since then, all my friends who brag about their retro consoles,
Fuck them. If it's not enough to make them happy, that they have to like tell you about all their cool shit and then like degrade you for not having one yourself. It's like, oh, you're playing with the emulator? It's like, yeah. Fuck you, bitch. I think it was Aaron Hansen who said, I only play on official console units. It's like, yeah, that's well and good.
you can afford
Until you
it.
can't
though.
get the game anymore, until like they like charge you like $250 for a copy of something. That's nice if you're wealthy.
Yeah, that's true.
There's another universe where Aaron Hansen doesn't have a lot of money. He's like, emulators are the best. You know what I mean?
I love these emulators.
Oh, why would you not like them?
That is one of those things. Yeah, once you have money, your morals change a little bit. But
Not just your
I get
morals,
it.
but like your personal taste.
yeah, it's true. This classic console thing is pretty crazy. Because people really do get up in arms like, you could never quite replicate.
I'm gonna try to
Why
take
would you
their
want
HQ on this turn. That might be a bad idea.
One day we'll be upscaling this video so it'll look good enough for people to watch.
Oh, it'll auto upscale. There's a really nice update if you have a NVIDIA 4000 graphics card or higher that'll embed into Chrome, that'll AI upscale all the videos you watch on YouTube.
That's crazy.
It's pretty good. I like it. I would love to show it to you guys, but YouTube, I've seen channels get tagged for all sorts of horrible stuff for sharing other YouTube videos, so we can't do that. But yeah, the real-time upscaling, the real-time automatic 4K upscaling on certain videos is pretty nice. On other videos, it's like, ew, oh, why'd you do that? But on, you know, some videos, like old music videos, for example, pretty cool.
That's really neat. Now I gotta get your computer.
Well, the shitty thing about it is NVIDIA could let you have that stuff on a 20 series or a 30 series and all that, but they restrict it to the 40 series.
That's funny.
Yeah, it is funny. The new thing is AI generated frames. If you're playing Cyberpunk, you can do path tracing, so it's all like actual, like in-rendered, like as you would see in Toy Story or whatever, real lighting, you know, actual fucking lighting. And it only runs at about 18 frames per second, 20 frames per second, but they interpolate all the frames through AI rendering, and you get like 90 frames a second out of it through AI frame replacement. And it's pretty indiscernible. I really can't tell that the frames are being generated by anything. I can't tell the difference anyways. Maybe I'm just fucking stupid and, you know, my brains are dumb, but
I only worry about input lag, but that shouldn't be a big deal because it's going through the console or through this computer instead of my TV will try to fix input, or my TV will try to interpolate shit, but using anything but a remote, you'll suddenly notice there's a huge latency issue.
Yeah, the NVIDIA does a little bit better on that than the TV does.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's all done, you know, off the board, and a very powerful board at that. To its credit. Alright, I'm pretty sure I got them by the short hairs now. They can either come and attack my stuff and make my day worse, or they can stop me from capturing their HQ. So either they got to come in and stop these units from regenerating their health, or they got to stop this unit from capturing their HQ. And between that is this battleship that's just going to be raining shit on their parade all day. I would say this is locked in.
You know how they did a Japanese like region locking on a Sega Genesis?
No, how?
If the cartridges were a different shape, so my dad would go buy them like Japanese imports, and then he would take like an axe grinder and basically just slowly shave the edges off and then pop it into the thing and it would work.
All low-tech solutions. The Switch one will always be the best. That you just like take off the right Joy-Con and cram paper clip in there and boom.
I know, and suddenly you can.
That's so stupid.
Imagine
like the designer on that's got to be like embarrassed a little bit. It's like, how do they circumvent it? A fucking paper clip.
I know.
It's fucking literally doing MacGyver shit. Literally MacGyver shit.
By the way, there is the new ones. There is a way to do that. We just don't know what it is. There has to be a way. There has to be a physical backdoor into it.
It's so funny.
I bet you it's a paperclip in 2 other locations on the new one.
This has got to insert my sounding rod into my Switch to make it submit.
How did they figure out that you put those 2 jigs there? Without frying
I'm sure they just looked at the board and it's like, oh, well, isn't it like you just, yeah, well, I know what it is, but, you know.
Yeah.
It's stupid. I don't want to describe it because I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Sure, but basically if you tore it down, you could figure it out.
Yeah, and ultimately it is an NVIDIA Shield, and those have been around for a while.
True.
Which transport boat could refuel boats? I neglected to remember that my battleship is weak to artillery. but there's no possible way for them to reach this soldier in time, so this is game over. They've lost. Checkmate.
Cool. Did you know to rip 4K Blu-rays, you just need a regular Blu-ray player? I bought a Blu-ray drive in 2011. Just because I could. I started ripping movies back in the day and like making all sorts of fun stuff with them. I never distributed them, but
Yeah.
I've still had that LG drive since what, 2011, so
I like how Discord's
Years
probably the most most responsible piece of software for piracy. One day, they're gonna implement DMC on Discord, and it's probably gonna be after they add the ad symbols to everybody, and that's gonna be when they lose everyone. And you're like, why are the
That'll
numbers
be
down so
easy.
low? It's like people can't do watch parties together, so they don't want your shit no more. It's like, well, you can watch YouTube together. It's like, no, I want to watch Amazon.
that's true. Someone else will just make it.
That comes Skype.
Acha-cha.
Acha-cha. Well, you know, you can upload a 2 GB file on Skype. Can't do that on Discord.
That's been very frustrating.
Yeah, that's the best point against Discord has always been that it's like, well, on Discord you can upload a 25 megabyte file if you don't pay, and if you pay you can upload a 250 megabyte file. Then Skype is like, make a free account, we don't care, 2 GB files all day, fuck it, go nuts.
That's awesome.
I think we only swapped to Discord for the forums tech.
I only did it because you guys were all doing it.
No, I had to. Oh yeah, that's true. Everybody swapped to Discord because that was the popular thing. It was another MySpace death, you know, that kind of thing. Well, anyways, he didn't defend his little castle, so I'm gonna step on it. Fucking get fucked. I win.
Cool.
Now gather up all the civilians and pull them up near the beach.
Man, I
I still got
remember
artillery shells. Get all the people out of the cities.
Has Discord been around longer than Skype now?
Lengthwise, nah, Skype was around since like 2001.
Oh, is that far back? Because I was gonna say I started. Man, I remember
Skype
I
was
used the
around
MSN
before
Messenger.
YouTube. I know
Okay.
that.
The MSN Messenger, though, I remember suddenly had video calls one day.
Yeah, MSN Messages had it, and Yahoo Chat had voice calls, and voice, group messages, and all that stuff that Discord has. Everything short of video for the most part, except for webcams even. And it had all that way back in the day. It's just nobody's internet could handle it well. And the audio quality, nobody had a microphone that was worth a shit either.
I remember IMO.im, where you could put your Skype and your fucking AOL, like your AIM and all that into one thing.
Yeah.
And then it would always like have compatibility issues. Someone would try to send you a nudge and it would just say, if we could add a nudge, we would, because they just did it. I remember there were like scripts
sloppy.
for it.
Now, Raccoon Outlaw can beat this in, he can beat mission 7. No, he can beat this mission 7, and I took longer. Yeah, there's a strategy to where if you just take the, if you pull all the enemies out and just lure them into your base and just let them just rip your stuff to shreds, you can just send the little boat down there and just capture the, HQ. I don't even think it takes 7 tries. You can get that done in like, days. It might take you 7 days. Yeah, I know the strategy you use there, Raccoon Outlaw. I remember that one. It's fun. It's, play it your way.
Remember sending nudges and there was like a patch you could get that would make you send unlimited nudges to people?
Yeah, nudges are a bad idea. That's just psycho behavior. It's like, did you read it? Did you read it? Did you read it?
Microsoft also had a thing you could write in like comic book format. It would make little
Fritz,
comic panels for you.
Fritz, where are you?
Right here, boss.
They had all sorts of cool shit. Remember Microsoft Bob?
No. Thank God. It sounds like an awful thing.
Microsoft Bob was it was designed to be a replacement or an alternative skin to like Windows 2000.
Great.
And it was like, instead of a computer, it was like a drawing of a house, and you could go, like, the window was your internet and the chimney was like your photo gallery, and you could move all your little furniture around. And there was a dog, like a little dog that'd be like, my name's Bob and I'm here to tell you how all this shit works. This is what a computer is now. You live in a house. There's none of this confusing file shit. It's a mind palace like Sherlock.
I mean, all anybody ever used computers back then for word processing and email, so it was, yeah, pointless.
They must have looked at like a Crayola game or something, like some click point and click game, and they're like, this is how all computers should be.
Night
Which I mean, it's
Mrs.
fair.
Mixer. I miss vid.me. The bit rate was 28 megabits per second, which was great. Way higher quality 1080p video, and the ad payouts were higher too, so advertisements were worth more, so you had more incentive to do recorded content.
Oh yeah.
And now they got Rumble, which is the website that won't ban you for saying the N-word. As you can imagine, it's gaining popularity, but it's been around since 2013. It's actually been around for quite a long time. And a lot of people are swapping to Rumble. There's a new streaming service called Kick, which is essentially the same thing. It's like, you know, fuck Twitch and fuck YouTube. You can come on here and just say whatever you want. We don't care. And they're making their money through super chats and tips, which honestly, I like that. I think if it were more of a tip-based economy instead of an advertisement-based economy, you would get a lot more bang for your buck. Not for the weird bigoted shit, but just like the freedom of expression. Because if I gotta like satisfy G Fuel or fucking Raid Shadow Legends, well then I gotta like edit my video to like placate their thing. And then even then, if I'm just getting ad revenue, I still gotta make sure it doesn't get demonetized. And even then, the value of the ads may change depending on the content of the video, and I have no way to know what happens. And even then, if you get if you get demonetized or get a copyright strike during the main period of viewership, you don't get paid for any of that, so you just get fucked anyway. So there's all that going on. All these things can go wrong for the ad part of it, and all these things in the ad part of it like corrupt what you make and alter how you make things, even just a little bit. Whether you're doing wholesome content or not, it affects how you make it, and it affects what you do. To where when it's crowd-funded, people who leave tips decide what lives and what dies. And I like to see that not just adhere to people who create things on the internet, but I like to see it adhere to platforms, because
letting the free market decide.
It lets the free market decide, and it may not go your way, but it's nice to have that as an option. You know, they can still run these ad revenue based things, but you know, I guess with the monopoly gone, that the ads won't be worth as much. But there's a point up till about 2017 that the ads are worth a damn, and that's gone. So it's like now you got to get your own sponsor. And frankly, you know, one of the things that I hate the most is when I see like a video from a bigger YouTuber who's going to be like, I'm going to take on this serious subject. And I see their energy drink fidget in the background, all this fucking advertisement stuff. And it's like, let's talk about this horrible gore video I saw and how bad it is. It's like, dude, you're profiting off of like murder and death. And you're like, oh yeah, but I'm the good guy here. Oh, fuck off. It's not that big of a deal, but you know, it's a problem with the monetization of all this, and I wish it were different, is all I can say.
Do you remember when I was looking at reviews for my monitor and they were like, oh, it's perfect, there's nothing wrong with it. And I was watching videos and the guy's like, yeah, this is great, you might have to fiddle with the color. And then I saw it and it was so dark I couldn't read it. As it turns out, people on YouTube will just say anything.
Well, I was offered to review a lot of stuff before, now that you mention it. They gave me a lot of things like keyboards and stuff to review. And I never took any because I'd always tell them, it's like, this is a cool keyboard, but I'm going to compare it to the expensive competition and do a one-on-one comparison so people can tell how good it really is. And every time I said that, fucking no response. They just quit emailing me back. I'm like, yeah, it's about right. So they're definitely giving me shit to peddle. Then we had the whole Candid thing where I got offered about $3,800 to shill a social media app to you guys. It's like an anonymous Twitter where you just say what you want. Just say what you want. And it turned out that was a honeypot to just gather up people to say a bunch of offensive shit so they could train the AI to look out for keywords and slang and stuff to censor you. So everybody who sold you on Candid is responsible for the censorship of language on YouTube, up to and including the anti-LGBTQ stuff, to where that YouTube is and was and currently does demonetize people for gay content. It went after them too. So, you know, all those people took their fucking money and sold out their audiences, whether it's small or large, and they used them to train an AI bot, and nobody has ever had to answer for that. Just no one ever did. One guy tried to push for it, and he got shut down really, really hard, and frowned upon. Oh, and you should look back at your animators. Oh my goodness. Like, you know, if you use Patreon, you're a piece of shit. Or like you make one little joke on Twitter and they tell you to, you know, end yourself like in a much more rude manner. Oh, it's just, it's so fucked. That's why I just stream video games. That's why I just do this. I could do more. I could do so much more. I'm not, I'm not just tooting my own horn here. I could put in the effort and do a lot more. I mean, we're doing Tunes Talking. I'd say that's pretty, you know, interesting, but we don't do that for money. That's not done with the intent of we're gonna make the big bucks someday. We're just having fun experimenting with different stuff. There's stuff I could do to coax in more money, but fuck, man, is it like sad?
Is trend chasing gonna be the rest of your life?
And then where does it stop? Like, what's the end point?
Oh, there is no end point. Remember the... God, we looked at a thing and like Doug Walker records like 5 hours of footage every other day. Plus editors, plus timing, plus all that kind of shit, right?
And there's no way you love that after 5 years. It becomes work. I don't care who you are. It becomes work after half a decade. It is work. It becomes so repetitive.
If you like spanking in a picture, doing it for 5 years.
Yeah, if you want, yeah, it's a really, actually, I've never heard it put that way, but yeah, like if you're a connoisseur of pornography, pick your favorite internet porn picture, and that's all you get for 5 years, and then see how much you like that picture after 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Firth asks if we're gonna watch the Mario anime. I'm guessing no. It's very incomprehensible. I really like how it looks, especially the upscale, but I don't know if we could make fun of it.
We'll look into it. Maybe it'd be a shorty. We'll look into it. Maybe we'll put it in as a bonus for some other review, but I hate to stack on more work when it's meant to just be a fun deal. Forth also said people profit off Shima. Oh, sure. People profit off. I remember Blasphemous HD did a reaction to a video I recorded, and I got like nothing from both ends of it. Like, you're talking like, you know, 30 million views on one end and 10 million views on the other end, and it's mostly my voice, but guess who's profiting off of it? Everybody around me is stacking, you know, tens of thousands of dollars into their pockets, and I got my, well, I can't disclose my pay, but let's just put it to you simple. It was hourly.
Nice old flat rate.
Yeah, well, you know, it's honest work, and at the time we didn't know it was going to make that much money, so, you know, fair is fair. It's what I agreed to, but, you know, you look at it, right, from an actor's standpoint, you're never going to make that dough. You're never going to make that bread unless you make a lot of friends and play the system really hard. But I don't know, man. It's just not fun. It's just not fun.
That's fun.
Yeah, freebooting. Yeah, have fun animating and having some fuck on Facebook just steal your cartoon and upload it and make $50,000 off it and not share a dime with you.
I saw that recently. That happened to someone.
Yeah, it's been a thing for it's been a thing for about a decade now, and it's not going to go away.
And I'm just learning about it. No, I did that animation for... I've done a few animations for Crypto Bros, and like 90% of them have tried to like either pay me in Bitcoin or like not pay me. I was like, well, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but we're gonna take it anyway. So
They'll do everything they can to not pay the animators. Like the actors getting fucked. Our job's not as hard as they'll try to make you believe. It really isn't. But animation sure as hell is, because you have to train yourself a lot more to be an animator than an actor. Like, even in this game, like we've heard a few bits from professional actors that I'd say it's like, it's okay. It gets the job done. And you can tell they're in the booth, out of the booth, done. But the person had to do all the tweening animations for the characters and all that. Oh, that was their whole year.
And he ate for a week off it.
Yeah, they sure as fuck. Maybe they got a salary because they're working from way forward, but I don't think it's as big of a salary as the CEO. Is gonna take a guess, and I'm gonna guess that the CEO probably doesn't do as much work. But what are you gonna do? That's the business. That's show business, baby.
Someone's got to run the business.
So my advice to anybody who wants to do art or animation, if you want to sign up with somebody and do it. It's okay. It's fair work, and the pay is, fine. Go for it. But nothing beats owning your own property and doing that. Owning your own thing is always better. You will make more money. You will be better off, and you will have absolute control. And if you get fucked, it'll just be because of luck instead of somebody's malicious, backhanded dealings.
Chris says just drop furries. I gotta say, I very rarely see people who drop furries for any reason but their own satisfaction.
Yeah, and the ones that do make the ones that do make big money in the furry industry actually are kind of the same as the ones in other forms. You can't just be a nobody and draw furry porn and just get money. You have to actually have excuse the pun, a pedigree.
I want to go find that Reddit thing, that off my chest, where someone goes, I'm so tired of being a furry artist. I'm very tired of you saying, Mushu would like if you drew her tits at a different angle. Winky, winky, Sugoi. He's like, I'm really tired of pretending this is okay.
Can you please draw the bouquet of her butthole stank wafting through the air, hypnotizing all my friends into doing my bidding?
God, the
internet's
like,
a great place. For how much I get? You get $150. Yeah, sure. You never. I mean, at that point, just get a job at a factory.
I know, but then you're not drawing.
Oh yeah, then I'm not creative. I'm not drawing like Minerva Mink, like spreading her asshole and like showing little stink lines come out like an apple pie in a Disney cartoon, and the character's floating towards her asshole. Can't do that. What a shame it is that I can't. Because that's what you want to do with your life, right?
That's what AI's coming for.
Once AI can do that, yeah, you're done. Because the furry's just going to sit there with his AI tokens and just type in whatever depraved things coming up in their minds. Like, yeah, it looks a little funky, but the butthole stink lines are there, and that's good.
Well, and you get it that day, too.
Oh, yeah, you get it instantaneously. So Fleur says, that usually costs you $500. Yeah, $500 and waiting a month. I think the biggest argument about AI, they're like, it can't replace the human soul. I guess it can't, but it's instantaneous. And people look at microwave foods. Look at anything that's...
McDonald's can't compare to a real hamburger.
McDonald's can't compare to a hamburger made on my own grill. My home-cooked food has soul. Guess what people still like more than your home-cooked food? People aren't lining up to your house for your burgers. They're lining up to McDonald's for burgers because it's quick and now, and they understand what it's going to be immediately, and the price is right. So, sorry, and I'm not a huge proponent of like, oh, the AI is perfect and it's better. It's like, no, I like homemades. I like the soul in things. I really do. But you got to remember, the audience is like not great. They don't treat artists great. If the audience were really all that great as like a lot of creators say they are, then a lot of these creators wouldn't have to have part-time jobs to fill in the blanks between work. You know what I mean?
Yep. Like
your favorite animator, whoever it may be, they have Patreons, and those people get supported, but there's tons of people that do one-offs and that were very famous and did lots of great stuff, and they're just left to the wayside because people are like, watch my cartoon, I leave by. And they're like, why doesn't he make more of them? It's because he's like, well, shit, dude, I gotta do Uber drives after getting off my factory job. There's no time to do the cartoon. Why doesn't Aaron Hansen do cartoons anymore? Why would he? Why the fuck would he?
I know.
That'd be such a fucking waste of his time. No matter
Well,
how, I don't
weird
care
abstract
what you
concept.
think or how you are. It would be the dumbest fucking thing in the world for that guy to be like, yeah, I'm gonna start making cartoons again.
It's also just the abstract concept of to be happy means you have to draw a cartoon. That's a requirement. Be your idea. You know, see your story. It's just not always how it's going to be. And if we have a million of those, then how are people ever going to watch stuff? If everyone I've seen today just walking down the street made a cartoon, there would be no way to see them all.
Yeah, and even as it is, there's no way for me to catch up with everything that's on the internet right now. There's so many videos being uploaded to YouTube this minute.
It's like
Granted,
100
they're not
years
all
worth of
great.
footage every hour, I'm sure. Yeah.
But they'll get better. It'll all get better over time. I promise you. It'll at least catch up to TV level. And you see now TV stagnated. That's about the level it'll reach. And once it hits that equilibrium, then, well, I don't think we'll see the measurement of the soul weighing too heavy in comparison to the quantity of just mass-produced whatever the fuck. Especially if people don't have to care or do anything.
Mhm.
Like, if you don't have to nurture the entertainment, if you don't have to, like, support it in any way, shape, or form, it's just like, I consume it and I just fucking leave, which, you know, it's your right. I do that all the time, the stuff that I like. But, and, you know, I do that. It's human nature. It's just human nature. What are you going to do?
Well, we were talking about how, like, now they have an app where you can, like, AI generate bedtime stories for your kids. And it's like, by the time that I have kids, they're probably going to have the technology of, like, make a SpongeBob, but add, like, 20% Family Guy jokes to it. And we're talking about putting
Make a SpongeBob, but put my dog Rosie in there and my cat Susie, and then put me in there too. You think people aren't gonna want to interject themselves into SpongeBob cartoons and put their fucking pets and shit in there? Oh, forget it. They'd rather watch a really shitty version of that than if you resurrected the guy who made the show and had to make one more episode. They'd much rather watch the one where they self-insert their cat into it.
Guys, let's watch the episode. I'm in it. God.
Fleur, any animator who does call-outs is a piece of shit and doesn't understand anything about entertainment. I don't care if they're successful or not. And yeah,
I got a bone to pick with you.
And if you want to know about how cancellation works, yeah, Aaron Hansen has dropped the N-word more than just about anybody I know. And he's in this very video game that I'm playing. I don't give a shit. But, you know, yeah, there's no standards. Schmorky can come back. And you wouldn't be able to stop him. Justin Roiland will come back. Mark my words. Everybody who's like, yeah, he's gone. He's coming back. Don't worry. He'll be back. And people will watch it and it'll buy it and it'll sell. And people will they'll shit their britches over it like Schmorky on a hot July with a mint julep on his front porch. And it'll all happen. I don't know. It's so silly. Whole fucking thing. Everybody lives in an imaginary world. That's my nihilistic, egotistical statement of the night.
The furry, like, or the Furby, sorry, the Furby you were telling me about. Like, once they put ChatGPT in that thing, we're done.
Oh yeah, if they take a Furby and put ChatGPT in a Furby, fuck it, you're done. They're not watching your cartoons anymore. Like that, it's done. Hey, you're just fucking done. Even cats and dogs should be worried about that. If they find a cute enough animal plushy thing and put an AI voice chip and an AI ChatGPT chip into it and connect it to the internet, you're fucked. You're done. Forget it.
By the way,
anyways, I quit playing the game like an hour ago. Now we're just shitting on animators. Hooray! Fuck them.
No, I want to say the thing. By
Okay.
the way, what's your favorite kind of candy? Snickers bar.
Snickers! I love Snickers bars!
Sending to Amazon, beep boop.
Beep boop! I'm more careful about how I say that when I'm live. What was that? Okay, one more thing. There's a Nickelodeon thing called Snick or Treat. You have to be very careful how you say that. Because the commercials for that were turning heads left and right.
Oh, I'm gonna go look that up right after this.
Yeah, don't look it up now. Fuck. Anyways, we're wrapping things up here. It's been fun though. Minus a few crashes, runs pretty good on emulator. I highly recommend buying this game with money. Sadly, I don't think that buying this game will support more development. I don't think Nintendo's going to make more of these because they delayed this one for a year because of the war. And if you ask my opinion, I don't think the wars are going to stop anytime soon. So,
This is it.
if they do, that'd be great, but I'm pretty sure this is it. Pretty sure. It'd be cool if they proved me wrong, but I don't know. Having faith in Nintendo. Nintendo's like Disney. When they serve a quality product, you put down the money, you come up and you enjoy it, but you don't rely on them, and you definitely don't spend money in hopes that it'll influence future developments. They will just make whatever they're gonna make.
It's true.
So to wrap up the poll, best Advance Wars faction, Blue Moon with 38%, nice choice. I do like Grit. Orange Star at 25%, Null's great. Green Earth with 22. Love Vegeta looking guys got some good attacks. And Yellow Comet at 14. Kinda gotta agree. Yellow Comet does have some of the stronger stuff, but I mean, they don't get a huge feature in this. They're kind of towards the end. Anyways, any last words, Brian?
Nope, just happy to be here.
Good times. All right. Well, might see you tomorrow. Might do an extra on Monday. We'll see how timing works out. But for now, that is it. I am glad you all dropped by. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for clicking like. I see 50 likes there, and I appreciate that. That helps out a lot. And a new member. Thank you. Y'all have a good night. See you again soon. Hope you like some more Advance Wars. We'll continue it since you seem to like it so much. And yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for the memberships. And thank you for the generous tips. Molten Amber and Sleepy Dog Zone, thank you for buying my energy drinks. Mighty generous of you. And finally, thank you to Brian for jumping on. Always a pleasure. Good night.
Ooh.